right, guys. Hope you're hearing me well. If you're new, please do smash the like button, share, and subscribe. Let me know if my sound is coming through well enough. Welcome to the Imaxit YouTube channel. JD here. Yes, we are going to be doing our post-match, our pre-match press conference, but I'm having some technical difficulties. So let me know if you're hearing me well. Let me know if you're hearing me well before we get into that, because I'm setting up some things. So let me know if the sound is coming through. You guys are hearing me well? Let me know if the sound is coming through well. Yeah, because I don't know why. Let me know if the sound is coming through well, guys. Just put something in the comment section if you're hearing me. All right. So I can continue. I can start the stream. All right. Let me know if you guys are hearing me. All right. Let me click it, because clearly these guys sometimes this one. My goodness, man. Thank you, Dre. Thank you, Dre. Massive respect. You're very much helpful there. Yes. So, anyways, I'm gonna start the clip, and we're gonna start get into it. All right. Leon Bailey and Mr. Hallgrimsson was on the pre-match press conference to face Trinidad and Tobago. We're gonna go through it, and we're gonna post it separate. All right. Once Simon is finished with the full interview, our full press conference, we will have it up, because obviously you guys said you want it in the best quality. All right. Yes. So this is just from the recording side. All right. Yes. So let me just play it instant. All right. Yes. So you can hear it and we can go through it. All right. Yes. So let me just put up the additional thing, and others will join me along the way. All right. Coach Hallgrimsson and the player Leon Bailey. We officially open the questions, so you can raise your hand and we can help with a question.
Coach, so Trinidad and Tobago weren't originally intended to be in our group. We played 2 practice games against them. I'm not sure how much we could have learned, because of much different makeup of the team. But since then, they played against Guatemala and beat them 1-0. They played against Haiti and it was 0-0. And they played their first game in the Goalkeeper and won 3-0. What are your initial thoughts on Trinidad and Tobago?
Well, these 2 friendlies were kind of special in a way that it was domestic players, mostly domestic players and young players, from not only us, I think from them as well. But it meant a lot for me. It was maybe the what I learned from these matches was the passion for the win, instead of using it as a friendly to test players, to give chances, etc. The kind of the will to win the match was more than to use it as some preparation match. I think I learned from that match that these are more passion games than maybe others, especially in a friendly. But I think you should ask Leon about this. He knows more about these derbies than me. If you want to add to that one.
I can't add much to it, because I only started really representing the national team in 2019, and my first debut was in the Worldcup. So I barely played any youth football with the national team. Just had one international friendly against in the under 23s, and I forget who that was against. Yeah.
All right. So pretty much the question was about the rivalry of the Trinidad Jamaica matchup, if the coach is aware of that, and the coach said he's aware of it, and they are trying to make sure they're ready, because they know that the other team will be ready, and they have played them in a few games before. So that's what he's saying. And then they asked Leon Bailey, and Leon Bailey said he doesn't really know much about it, because he never got a chance to play in it. All right. He looks a little bit tense in this game. In this press conference, he looks a little bit tense, to be honest. All right.
Yeah, man. But we had a really good meeting yesterday. Meron Gordon had a meeting about Trinidad, was introducing them and told us the history behind the rivalry of these 2 nations. So it was a good meeting in a sense for us that kind of don't know the passion within these two islands.
And before we get further, guys, you said I was taking it too serious and I'm showing them too much respect. I think after this interview, our pre-match press conference, I think you will give me more respect. All right? Yes. Because he's more upbeat for it, and he's showing them more respect than me.
On top of that, the information about their players, etc. So it was a really a good meeting, especially for us that come from abroad, don't know the rivalry.
Guys, we'll come to the comment
This is a
section
question
after.
for both of you. What are some of the positives you saw from the last game, and how can you implement those tomorrow?
Good question.
If I can start, I think we are growing as a unit, as a team, and the understanding between the players and about the tactics, etc., is always increasing as we play more games together. I think we will grow as a team. As well, positives was tactical positives was how we moved in defense. It was more solid than, for example, we learned a lot from the Mexico match.
Defensive.
They opened us at times, so we kind of prevented that against US. We had some good build-up, some good chances.
So look, we'll stop first. Guys, he said one of the positives that he learned was the defensive movements. All right? I've said that as well too. So okay, that was one of my positives.
And transition. So it was a lot of tactical positives. We also saw some negatives that we have been working on, talking together about.
Negatives.
Like the involvement in the squad now. We have a lot more. We have a lot more players that will have a say when we are discussing things, and that's a sign of that the group is now understanding better and better what we are trying to achieve.
Yeah, so as the coach said, we're growing each time we come represent the national team. Obviously, sometimes there's a lot of new people adding into the group, but you know the system stays the same, and just everybody over time, I think, will automatically get exactly what we need to do when we get on the pitch. But I think so far it's been great. The team is gelling nicely. We have a lot of experienced players, and I think that's also helping a lot in terms of learning faster and understanding the system as fast as possible, because obviously it's a tournament and we need to get as much information as we can to make sure that when we're on the pitch, we know exactly how to move and how to operate as a group. But as I said, the camaraderie is great in the team. Everybody's gelling nicely. Everybody's helping each other, and it's just, it's always a nice fun to be with the squad.
All right, so pretty much they have learned negatives and positives. Negatives more up the pitch rather than below. So, and we saw that goalkeeper, defensive line, even though we don't have our best defensive pairing, we are still doing well. All right, obviously we conceded goals, but definitely it was, the mistakes are less in the defensive end. As to what I've said to you, most of those problems coming in from in the midfield, where we have that hole because we don't have anyone in front of the two screeners of the defense center backs. So I think that's what. But he said from the previous thing, that's the gamble that he had to take against United States, because obviously they are much more energetic and they are in mid-season. So obviously they are going to tire. We are going to tire at certain points. So better we go for it from early rather than try to drip feed it throughout the game. That's what I got from the first take. All right. Yes. And then in the negatives, pretty much because we don't up to speed with the new players coming in, we need time. So Bailey asking for time from the fans. So let me know if you would give him that time. Jason, because we're in the first part of the video, let me know what you heard so far and what you have to say so far on it, so we can catch you up with the conversation.
Yeah, so basically I thought it was interesting that Leon's comments there just now about the positivity, and just trying to let the fans know that it's going to take time for it to look how they maybe want it to look. And that's the exact question I was going to ask the fans as well. Like, do you agree with that assessment by Bailey? Are you willing to give them the time?
All right, Jason cut out. Let me know if you guys are still hearing Jason, because I am not hearing him. Jason, are you hearing me? Okay.
Yes. Could you hear me the whole time?
No, you cut out for like around 5 seconds.
Oh wow. Okay. So basically, I was just saying, I would almost want to agree with what Bailey said there as far as the time. I don't think we're gonna see exactly what we want it to look like for now. I think it is gonna take time. Now, I think the question is, can, even though we're gonna wait time for it to look the way we want it to look, will they find a way in the interim to find some results? Because I think that's the part of it that the fans won't have the time for.
Okay, okay. All right. Guys, we just want to play through it so we can have the discussion. All right. Yes, people, please, as they come in, smash the like button. We're going to get into the conversation, but we have to just go through it. All right.
Coach Robert Williams from IRFM in Jamaica. Coach, you mentioned that history lesson from Miran Gardner yesterday, and I'm sure he would have told you about how passionate the Trinidadians are when they play against Jamaica. I know they always come with their A game, if not against anybody else, against Jamaica. How has this affected you now in terms of how you're planning for this game tomorrow? And part two of the question, how pleased are you? Leon just mentioned it a while ago about the camaraderie in the team. From where I am submerged with the team, it looks to be a synchronized situation. Everybody looks like they're working for each other. How pleased are you with that kind of camaraderie? Now, I don't have a clue how it was in the past, so I cannot compare this to nothing, but I can just compare it to my former clubs and national teams I was coaching. And I think it's a bunch of crazy guys. They enjoy life a lot. And they are making fun of each other constantly, pulling each other legs, and that is just a sign of a healthy group, I would say. And of course, in the end, it's all about how the team works together, and the more friends and the more unity you have within the squad, the better you will perform on the pitch. In the end, it's all about that, how you perform on the pitch. And when there's a good communication, when there's a good vibe within the squad, you will see that on the pitch as well. Preparing against Trinidad was the first part of the question, and it's been kind of trying to switch the mindset to what we will expect in the match. We will not get anything for free. We will face hard tackles, a lot of balls to fight for, the first balls and second balls. So we've just been talking about that. The guys that have played these matches in the past have been really helpful in talking about how they have been and sharing their experience. So really good to have experienced guys in the groups, guys like Taxi, Nana, and more players have been sharing, how these games have been in the past. And we played these two friendlies. We didn't score against them. They have not played matches leading up to this. They haven't conceded goals. So we know it's going to be hard to break them down. So one of the key things is to be patient, is to be continue to knock on the door as long as we need without getting overambitious in what we are doing. So it's just switching on a correct mindset when we play a game like this.
All right. So, guys, Mr. Hallgrimsson, he was watching my video because he said every single thing that you guys batched me for. So he said, patience and don't get over ambitious. So that simply means they're going to be cautious in this game, because remember, they realize that it's a cannot lose game. Obviously, people, it should be a win you're looking, but it's a cannot lose game. All right. That's why I built the video earlier and then people took me on. All right. So they are clearly seeing all of that, and with the unity in the squad, they have said that everything is good, everyone is getting along, everyone goofy and stuff. All right, I will detail that a little bit more when we go into the trapping up phase. All right, so Jason, give your fast breakdown on it, and then we can get to the next part.
Yeah, so on this last one here, when you was asked about the approach, that is something that I think Jamaican fans, I'm glad that the coach said it, because I always tell you, JD, in these spaces, the messenger sometimes is more important than the actual message. And hopefully, since it's coming from the coach himself, they will understand, because I totally agree with him. I think the mindset going into it is, yes, we need the 3 points, we need to score goals, right? But I think one of the main things that get us into trouble at times is the balance on the field. And so that not getting too over ambitious is a key factor for us in this game, because I could see a situation where Trinidad kind of lets us come at them. And if we get overzealous, they can hurt us with their attacking players. So I totally agree with the coach and what he just said. And I think it's very important that we don't get frustrated. Let's say if we get into the second half and it's 0-0 or something like that, we need to just stay the course and keep on doing what we're doing.
All right. So guys, you should call me Lord JD again. All right, because I got it right yet again, and I'm not knowing what I don't know what the coach doing. All right. Yeah, we continue.
Leon, this is a question for Leon. So you have your club teammate Whisper with you for the first time. How do you find him fitting in, and how important you think this overall experience is for his future as a footballer?
Well, first of all, it's always nice to have somebody you see grew up from they were very, very small. I was one of the first person who actually brought Whisper into Phoenix. Well, we saw him out by no, not Trelawney, out by Port Royal, and just become the man he is now. It's nice to see, and you don't really see this a lot, and I think you just have to really, be happy about the situation and just enjoy it. But I think the most important thing is that he's enjoying. But it's great to have him there. It's great to actually just be a leader for him, an example, and show him the way, because obviously he's very talented. Everybody, his name is out there now. There's going to be a lot of pressure on his shoulder. But I think so far it's been good. He's been gelling in with the team very well. Still has a lot of learning to do, but he's going to get there with the right support, the right people behind him. And with the national team, it's been great. I mean, there's always room for improvement, but I think so far it's been, learning and trying to, get the best of what he can out of this experience.
All right. So that was Leon Bailey on Whisper. Jason, what you got from that one, Big Boss?
Similar to the answer that I heard from Bobby Reed when I asked about that in the conference that I was asked. I got to ask a question in. But I think just a different perspective. Obviously, he knows the player a little bit better, so you got more of the backstory and everything. But basically saying the things that you would expect him to say. Needs to learn. Obviously, room for improvement on things. I don't think he's in a position in the press conference to divulge any information that wouldn't look good for Whisper anyway. So,
Yes.
you basically got the answer that you'd expect to get in a setting like that.
What he said, I got from it is, and from all of these guys, he's not a finished article, and he has a good way to go. And with all of these opportunities, he will just become a better player. That's what I got from all of them. So all of them are trying to tell you that when you are saying that he needs to start, he needs to be on the field, he's saying opposite to what his coach is saying. This is an opportunity for him to learn. You get me? So I love the fact that Leon Bailey said it now. So people can realize that everyone's seeing the same thing and they're saying the same thing. So for Whisper, it's just an opportunity for him to learn and grow with the team. All right. And for his future as well.
Coach, this one's for you. So obviously in a tournament, you're playing a game almost every 3 days. How confident are you in the depth of your squad should you need to rotate at some point?
No, I'm really happy with the squad, both the depth and the quality as well.
No, Odin, we're just finishing we're just finishing the press conference, and when you finish, you write down your takes, them, my brother, and then we do that. I'm not taking the call in, Odin. It's only gonna be people on the panel. That's all we're doing, Big Boss. All right. So I will try and get to you. Either send me a message or something. All right. Yeah, man.
Is fit and ready to play, and everybody wants to play. So it's a good situation for a coach to have, to be able to pick from all the players. But like you said, it's hopefully a long tournament for us, so we need the depth. But the squad, we have a lot of equal players, so we have no problems rotating. But a second game is always really important. Saying so, a win for Trinidad would get them through. So we know what we are facing. We need to get good results against them. So we're only thinking about this match now. So we are not thinking far ahead. We just want to go out here and have a good performance. And hopefully a win tomorrow. That's the only thing we are thinking about at this stage of the tournament.
Okay, we're beginning to open the virtual conference. So, Tyrone Davis, you can make your question.
Guys, please smash the like button, share, and subscribe. 150 here, just get the likes up so more people can come in and participate.
Yes,
We're not going to pass
Coach.
2 hours, all
How
right?
are you doing, sir?
Because as I told you, it's my birthday tomorrow, so I want to take a little time off then so I can come back for the game in the evening part, all right? Yeah, so we just try to patch this in fast and then give you the post matches right after, and then we close off for the day. You know our thing go.
Yourself?
Yeah, I'm good. Chippy, what's going on? Mr. Billy, how are you doing? Coach, this is for you. What are the players that are doing wrong? And how can they get it right for tomorrow? Meaning that 2 games that we're leading, and then in the last minute,
Lord of
we
mercy.
conceded goals. So I want to know what are the players that are doing wrong, and what can they do to get it right tomorrow? If we're leading, I don't want them to come back and equalize.
This man think him there in the backyard.
Jason, hold on. Let the man speak. Let the coach answer. Remain professional.
Something you look out on later and say, okay, we could have prevented this and prevented that, but that is also when we score goals, the opponents will say the same. So I wouldn't say we did anything wrong. It was a bounce of a player just into a dangerous zone, and they used it. So maybe in this game it was just the body position. So yeah, it's just minor things. The most important in a game like this, in a tournament like this, is to keep focus for 90 minutes. Keep focus the 90 minutes.
People, I don't want to stop it, but Leon Bailey is a wicked brother, you know.
JD,
He might laugh at the man, you know.
I am
And him put
upset.
down him head, you know. He put down him head and laugh off a tiger, you know. Oh my God,
I'm
Leon
telling you,
Bailey is
when
a
I was-
wicked man.
When I was in there watching it, I was like, boy, Bailey, it made me kind of
He's-
upset with you, but I understand at the same time.
The man holding him head and laugh off a tiger. No, that's a
you
wicked
understand.
brother.
No, the question was wicked and it deserved the type of answer.
Jason, you cannot be talking and we don't finish the statement, big man. You just want to cuss. Stop.
The score
Yes.
is so yesterday. Panama outplayed Costa Rica, but still Costa Rica scored in the end and could have equalized, even though they were not better on the day. So it's about keeping focus and keeping the energy level. So no, in a sense, US, if I'm honest, most of our players are coming from 2 weeks, 3 weeks, some even 4 weeks of holidays. Meanwhile, the US team is in mid-season. So I always knew that the last minute they would probably have more energy than us, and it showed in the game. But I'm not worried about that because once we play more games, that will change in 1 game or 2 games. They're up to the same level they were 2 weeks ago. So I'm not worried about that. But
So time.
I think that's the biggest thing that we need to emphasize on with the players is to keep focus for 90 minutes.
Can I add to that?
Yeah.
What I think people need to understand is we're still a team that's trying to build. There's a lot of new players in the team. We have a system that not a lot of persons are used to yet. And it takes time to build a team if you really want to be successful. And everything doesn't come overnight. It takes time. And we as Jamaican always think that because you're talented, that means you have to win games or you have to play the best of your ability. It takes hard work, it takes dedication, and it takes a lot of commitment and a lot of understanding. And sometimes we just need time to build as a group. As you can see, we have great players in the national team right now. We have a great coach. So we just need to build, and we need people to believe in the progress and the process and just be together as one, because that's what we need. And you can see as we go forward, the team is only getting better and stronger, and it's only going to get even better. And I think that's what we all need to understand sometimes. We need time to build as a group. And that's what any good team has to do. Any good team at all has to take time to build to be successful.
All right, so guys, you agree with Liam Bailey? The second time he spoke, time. So, what say you? Time. Drop a time in the comment section. We have 174. Keep on hitting like button, keep on sharing. Jason, what you say? Give your fast breakdown because we're getting to the end of the press conference, so we can really chop it up the right way.
Yeah, similar to like the first time when he said what he said, I agree with him in terms of, you know, what we should expect from the performances. But again, I will tell Leon, because in the same breath he said in this press conference he wants to win the Gold Cup. So they have to find a balance. We can't give them time and they lose in every game at the same time. So the balance needs to be there. I am not saying I need to see the greatest football being played right now, but you can't tell me one thing and then tell me you want to win the Gold Cup, because those two things don't add up.
All right. I do agree with you, dear.
Okay, Jay Taylor, you can make your question.
Okay, this is Jay Taylor, guys. Jay Taylor,
No,
the man.
JD, he actually didn't unmute, so there's gonna be one question before Jay
Okay.
Taylor.
All right. So let me continue. What time the game? The game will be tomorrow. I will make the wallpaper for the watch along. So Moneybag NBA. Just look out for that and you will find it at that time. All right. So give me some time.
Good afternoon, Leon.
Thanks for all the birthday wishes, man. Massive respect, and all the people that supports me. Massive respect.
Gonna be the Stones?
Yes,
Well,
what's
my
the
question
status?
What?
Yeah, I'm here. So, what's the status of Ethan Pinnock's return to the team right now, Coach?
Well, we are in regular contact with Ethan, and I'm happy to say the situation is getting better. So we are hopeful at one point he will join us. But of course, family is first. But we take it day by day, and hopefully, we at least wish that he will find and the family will find the time for him to come. But he's looking better, thank God, and we'll go on from this. I cannot say when and if, but we hope.
All right, so that is for Ethan Pinnock. So for everyone that asked about Ethan Pinnock, they said the situation with his family looking better. So he will join us at some point. Obviously, we have to keep on winning for that to be a reality, because we have one game tomorrow. So if this game is out, clearly it would not make much sense to get him to come here after, if we don't get a good result. So we have to keep on winning in order to see Ethan Pinnock. But it looks like his situation is getting better, which that is more than anything else for me, because family comes first. Yes, so I'm very happy to hear that. So hopefully we could get a chance to see him in the team, because the more players in the team, it's the better, because we are not going to get any friendly to work on anything. You get me? So these are our friendlies. The games, the actual real games, are our friendlies. All right? Yes.
Jay Taylor, you can make your question.
Okay, yeah, thank you. My mic was muted. Good afternoon, Coach. In the first game, I have a two-part question, one for you, one for Leon. In the first game, you in the press conference, you said that the United States team was a team in mid-season with a lot of the MLS players. We saw where they made substitutions, where they basically changed the game. But on your end, your substitutions were, I would say, would you say it was a little bit all over the place? Was as precise in the game? Did you learn anything there? And the next question for Leon Bailey, I know that you might have seen that he was trending after the game, as the fans were, the same things keep coming back up, Leon, where the fans are concerned that whenever you play for the national team, you don't simplify the game, you tend to over dribble. As there were moments in the game where you had chances to make simple passes.
Why are you laughing?
To
players. What's your take on that?
Before they go, let me go first. Before they go, let me go first. J Taylor, I respect this man to the utmost highest. He doesn't really care. He doesn't really care about the situation. He doesn't really care. Let me make him answer. The coach, and every series, J Taylor is the man that they expect to come and beat them. They are expecting it. Look at the coach's face. Please just wait until the HD pixel comes up and you see Leon Bailey face and the coach face. They were upset because they know what is coming.
Yeah, JD,
They're gonna
facial
ban J Taylor
expression,
next. J
the
Taylor can't
facial
go back in this
expression.
press conference next time. J Taylor is done from after this. So J Taylor, you're done. All right.
I'll start with the two shots we need to save here. So first of all, the first two substitutions.
Hold on, JD, pause it.
So
The man say 2 shots that we need to save here. That's what he just said.
Yes.
All right,
Yes,
I
they
just want to
know
make
J
sure.
Taylor. J Taylor is in the man them head. He's in Lowe's head. I heard Lowe talking about this man here without calling him his name. His name, you know. This brother, he's becoming a legend in the space.
we had only one slot left, and it's always tricky when you know you have some tired legs on the pitch. It's always difficult to take that too early. If he would have lost a player with a cramp in the end, the third substitution was always going to be tricky for us. We have some good players on the pitch. Do we take a double or triple substitution? We waited with that because we didn't want to change a player and then it was 7 minutes extra time. So we didn't want to change a player if we had someone going out with a cramp and we didn't want to play one man down. So that was kind of, all the substitution was kind of forced in one way or another. So it's the only way I can explain the substitution. So injury, and the second one was also related to fatigue and injury, and then we only had one slot left.
Okay, so for the coach, fast. The rules now, you can make 5 substitution, but you have slots to put the substitution in because one was forced by injury and one was forced by fatigue. He never had the time to actually make all substitutions, so that was the problem. All the people that's donating for the birthday gifts, massive respect. Really and truly appreciate it. We're gonna do 2 hours. Don't worry yourself. We will drop the link soon. But Bailey goes off and J Taylor again. Yeah, man. Thanks everybody for the birthday wishes, man. Massive respect. The post match will be posted very soon on the channel as well. So look out for that if you want to see it yourself. And we're gonna hopefully get Angus Eve as well. So we want to hear from the other side as well.
I would like you to repeat the question because I want to make sure that I'm answering your question correctly.
Yes. So as in the game, we saw you had the opportunity to make the pass to Mikel Antonio going into the halftime break, and you over dribbled where it was 3 players, and a lot of the fans, I'm coming from the fans' perspective, are saying that when you play for the national team, unlike your club team, you don't simplify the game by making the simple pass. You tend to over dribble or do a little bit too much. Is that like the pressure from the national team, or you just play different at the club level and or at the national level?
Oh, first of all, I have to say, as I said before, we are still building. This is a team that's still building. A lot of people are new into the team most of the times, and we still have to get that connection with each other. And sometimes you can lack that a bit, and sometimes it only takes time to get that together. And I think that's what we need, a little bit more time to be able to, connect the dots better. But in terms of me, everybody know who Leon Bailey is. Do you know how much pressure I'm always under when I'm representing the national team? But that's not no excuse for me because I've been in the game for too long now. I've been a professional for 8 years. I'm used to pressure. Pressure has nothing to do with the way I play. If you watch how I play, you will see that I always try to do my best. I always work hard. And no matter what, I'll always give my 110% for my nation. And that will never stop. If that means I didn't perform well, then so be it. But when I walk off the pitch, I want to know I gave my 110. And I did that against US. And nobody's going to ever take that away from me. Once my family is good, the team is good, we're all good, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? So I'm always going to give my 100% for the team. I'm always going to be there for my teammates. And so they're always there for me as well. And that's what really matters. At the end of the day, football is a sport that you win some, you lose some, you make mistakes, and you go again. That's just life and football.
All right, so J Taylor want the link, so J Taylor wants to come and respond. No problem, people. For me, Leon Bailey never answered the actual question. He was pretty much rattled by the question because of what happened on the internet. So I'm very sorry. I think we kind of see the type of person Leon Bailey is to football at this point, coming from my opinion, because he was rattled about the question, not because of J Taylor saying it in front of him, but because of what he saw on social media aside from J Taylor. And that's why he started to talk about everything else except what the guy actually said to him. Because gelling team does not have nothing to do with you not passing the damn ball to the people and overdoing it as well. It has nothing to do with that. Everything what he said just a while ago had nothing to do with the actual thing that J Taylor asked him, to be honest. That's what I got. All right, company man, please listen to me. We are being fair here. We are just going through the comment section. Company man, look like you have a whole heap of company man. All right, so just relax yourself. We are here talking. Yes, he never sound happy answering the question. All right. He never answered it, Demo. He never answered nothing. He talked, but he never answered it. All right? Yes. So you can't tell me that's how he played, but at the same time, tell me that the team has to gel and we need time. So if it's how you play, how is it you're going to do different then? So it's how you play. So Demo, come on, man. Sometimes we have to stop pick over people here. We hear what him say. Because now here, if I saw him play, that means it can't come out of him. All right. Yes. Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, no, I have nothing else to add in about. I mean, basically,
people say him answer the Demo say him answer the question. So me I wonder if Demo actually hear what him say.
No, he basically wrote an opinion piece and didn't answer the actual question. So he gave
Marlon said Leon answered the question well. Marlon, what the man asked him and what Leon answered, Marlon. The man answered the question, Marlon.
Yeah, he said if you watch me play, you know, I play the same every time I play. And in J Taylor's question, he specifically asked about over dribbling and maybe not passing the ball to open teammates, and he did not actually answer that part of the question, which was the question. So I don't know how people could say he answered the question. Yes, he gave an answer, but he didn't answer the question.
All right, and so let me leave that to people. We are going to post it soon. We're going to post the press conference. So if he answered the question to you, let me know if he answered the question. But based on what me hear, him the answer no question, big boss. Him the answer the question. That's all me I try to say to you. Me not bash him or nothing, but me say him the answer the question. That's all I said, guys. You can't just worry someone because they heard something. I gave my reason why I said he never answered it. So challenge my point. That's all. We have J Taylor here, so we're gonna bring in J Taylor. J Taylor, give your point as to what you wanted to talk on, Big Boss. How are you doing? Because you're becoming a rapid patient.
I think that might be you might be right about something, JD. That might be my last press conference. They might not let me into another presser. But I have to big up people like you, JD, and big up all the fans them who helped J Taylor to get to 1,000 subscribers. And I had to do it for you guys. I had to do it for you guys tonight. I couldn't go into these press conferences, JD, and behave like I'm from ESPN. I'm from YouTube. I know I have to bring a certain level of professionalism, but I'm not going to be able to ask the question in a politically correct manner like the traditional media. I ask my questions based on the or surrounding the discussions that takes place in the space. I think
Mhm.
it's only right. Somebody has to ask that way, or else we're gonna sit here and discuss between each other. And we never ask the question in that way. So when I go in these press conferences, I go there to ask based on how we discuss things on YouTube while still being respectful. Because you saw Leon Bailey came out a character. The man said from him
Yes.
family good JD him all right.
No, I heard Marlon just say the same thing as Marlon. That is Marlon, me a friend, but that's absolute bollocks, brother. We are not here for security guard. Jamaica team belongs to Jamaica people, not the players on the field. I'm very sorry, Marlon. We cannot look at life and how from a family good and the player them good on the field, me all right. And then in the same instance, you're saying that you love that the fans them come support you. So Marlon, you know, listen to the Marlon, I tell you sometime, Marlon, you just want to make the difference sometimes and difficult, man. Yo, me not gonna go to character for war with my Marlon tonight, yeah. But Marlon, absolute madness here. Tell you cannot go around and keep and support slackness. All right, that is not a proper way to say things, Marlon. Me I tell you, Marlon, that is not well what you're saying. All right. Yes, that's all I'm gonna say. Continue, J Taylor and Jason. If you want me to continue the press conference, let me know.
So it was that for me, Jay. Because yeah, the coach said 2 saves, like 2 shots fired. Because them know when JT coming in, I'm coming in hot. I'm letting them know that this is a football game, not a netball match. Because they were getting a lot of softball questions like how you feel about Trinidad and no, coach, don't no, mind not think we forget the last game. Mind not think we forget the blunders. I still think the coach wasn't concise in his substitution. If you look at when the goal we conceded, there was a
Yeah, well,
confusion happening there.
he answered you
Yeah,
saying that
correctly.
the rules with the substitutions and because of the force change for the first one kind of caused a little bit of problem, which I accept that one. I totally okay with
I
what the
accept
coach said earlier.
his answer. JD, have you ever said anything on YouTube that Demo agreed with?
No, Dima don't agree with nothing on planet Earth, so don't follow Dima. Just say what you have
Okay.
to say
I
and
just
just
want
move on. Yes, Dima is one of those man. He might always say something. And Marlon a bit rapidly become one of those man. We always gonna say something we opposite to what you're saying. Believe me, Marlon. Me and him a go war, be a strong war. Yes. uh,
yeah.
Alex Brown. All I expected him to answer is I didn't saw the pass at the time because maybe I never expect them to be in that position or something because he was talking about the familiarity of the players, so he doesn't know how others play, and because everyone is gelling. You could have answered that question a lot of different way, Alex Brown. We are very intelligent. It's not hard to answer the question. If I had said that to J Taylor had nothing more to say back to me because I've just talked about how the familiarity of the team and the team chemistry is not there. So I could clearly say I never saw them because me trying to run through my channels, what I've gotten instructed, and simple, I just never held my head up early enough. It's a whole heap of way, people. This coming off, from a family I'm good and me not good. Come on, people. That's not the right way to do something. You get me? And at the same time saying you're in it for 8 years and you're professional. Come on, people. I don't need to beat on the kid. I respect him. I love the fact that he's in the heat and he comes out. I respect that big time. So kudos to him. But sometimes we can admit say something is not right and we move on. It's when you keep on trying to make excuse for it, it keeps on living longer. That's what I want most of our Jamaican people to do. You see, when you stick on the same topic, that's when it lives longer. So when you try to protect it, it could have just passed. That's all I'm saying.
And that sounds JD, the answer that the coach gave me, I'm perfectly fine with it. But what I'm saying, JD, based on what we're seeing on the television set, we could have sit here and speculate, JD. Because it didn't look a little bit chaotic on the run of play when the coach wave him hand and Daniel Johnson can't get on the field and him actually and Bale if him all right and the substitution it can come off a bit like it's the coach not really on his game. But the coach explained to us that there was certain windows and he had the opportunity to make the substitution. So I
Yeah,
had to ask him that.
people, I never had much problem, and I just said maybe. If you had just met me say that line and you never said anything, you wouldn't be here fighting. That's the problem. I just opposed to, or he answered something. That's all. Demo disagree, Marlon disagree, and I said, okay, it's perfectly fine. Let me finish the interview, hear me the press conference, because that's our job. And we don't want to make it cloud, and then we can chop it up after. Because I love the
You
fact
are
that they
ready?
gave
You can make your
answers.
question.
I still respect that, man. Come on, people.
Hi, good day, coaching team. You guys hearing me? Good day, coach. Good day, Leon. I really wanted to ask or speak to Leon. So Leon, we saw where the person before asked a question that I was gonna get to, but I'm gonna continue to ask my question along those lines. You mentioned the pressure that you're under, and one must assume that you're under a lot of pressure because a lot of people consider you to be the talisman of the team. But rightly or wrongly, that's the general narrative or consideration. You said that you're under a lot of pressure. How do you personally deal with that pressure? When does that pressure mount on you the most? And what can you say to Jamaicans regarding patience with you, and when eventually we'll see your best?
Don't get me wrong. I did not say I'm under pressure. I did not say that. Don't get me wrong. I said with my name comes with a lot of pressure. I did not say I'm under pressure. I'm not under pressure. Every time I go on that pitch, I always make sure that my head is clear and I go out there to play the game of football that I know to play. I'm a professional player, been in the game for 8 years, so I know how to prepare for a game. I know how to handle pressure, and I've been doing so quite well so far. So I did not say I'm under pressure. What I can say to my Jamaican people is that we're still a team that's building, and sometimes you have to understand and not just be naive and think about what's happening now. Think about what's going to happen in the next 2 years, in the next 3 years, what Jamaica team is going to look like. Not just what's happening now. Not just how a guy dribble and lose the ball and he didn't make that pass. No. Think about what's going to happen in the next 2 or 3 years from now when this actual team come together the right way and start playing the football, and then everybody can start coming and enjoying the game. That's what we want, and that's what we're working towards. So we just need the people to stop being naive and just think about what's lays ahead in front of us. We're focused on building a stronger and better team than we had before and make it to our next World Cup. That's all of our focus, and winning this Gold Cup.
If I can take over.
All right, so let me stop with Leon Bailey and then we'll go to the coach. So, what you guys have to say with that? He said the fans should not be naive as to what they're doing. It's a phase. We need time. So we can't just be rushing it. It's kind of the same pathway that he had been going throughout the thing. So you agree with the way he said it? So pretty much
No, so yeah.
we should just be.
So JD, on this answer that he just gave, my only issue is too many times when we're in the space, I hear this sentiment like, Jamaican fans are just difficult and all this. But if you look at any kind of Aston Villa fan page or any club fan page, the same things that we are complaining and asking about and talking about is said there. So my thing is, why is it that people only have strength for the Jamaican fan when they have an issue with anything and we ask about it? That's the part that I don't agree with. It's like, if you're a professional, then you would know that all around the world, no matter what team you're playing for, there's going to be the fan base is going to want the best out of the team at all times. And when they don't see that, they're going to have questions. So this is no different from that. So I don't know why it's looked at any differently than any other fan base.
Okay, JT, do you have anything to say?
I think Jason Guna just made an amazing point, JD. When you listen to the Aston Villa podcast, I got a call from a guy who he's always at the Manchester United games, the youth games, and he was speaking to Aston Villa fan, and Aston Villa fans were saying, we have to cut our losses with this guy because he was here to replace Grealish, and he basically flopped. So we need to get what we can get back out of him now and get him on the move. These are what Aston Villa fans are saying. He's there for Grealish, and I don't think people remember that Grealish left to Man City and Bailey came in for 30 million. So you never hear Bailey coming out you see, that's another thing where Jason Guna just said it so
So you
clear.
think it's because he's more comfortable in his own culture, and maybe his culture is much more of an aggressive culture. That's why he used the word naive there. Or we should not give him a pass.
No, it's just the lack of respect. It's coming also from how that Tapa era of how Tapa, Tapa used to talk, because he just said it in a different way, JD, that football no play on YouTube, Like
Okay.
basically, he's saying it in a more politically correct way. Remember, the Tapa used to say when you hear them on YouTube, but football no play on YouTube. He's coming from that same place where Jamaican fans think them know about football and them can talk, but them not have no patience. Brother, the people them at Aston Villa is giving you like one season. They act saying they're planning to move you in the next window in January. That's that. Like you never hear Leon Bailey come on a press conference and says, "Well, the fans them here they don't have no patience as Aston Villa. They have to give you time to gel."
All right, but JT, like, to be fair, remember when they asked the question first? Obviously, he never processed it well. And then he asked it the second time, and then he understood what you said the second time. So you don't believe that because you asked the question and he was a bit rattled after the question, he maybe go overboard in his answer right here, because I think it never really answered. Like from he answered you because he was already in a heated mood. Every one of his answers after come off kind of much more
Yes.
out of character then to say.
JD, he actually says he handled pressure very well. This press conference shows how Leon Bailey reacts under pressure, because he was having a smooth ride in that press conference until I came in. He was just having a smooth ride, a good old time. You're next to the coach, you're tatted up, you're Jamaica Adidas. And then JT just fling a question. Bro, the question I asked Andre Blake immediately changed his game. Until this day, Damian Lowe have that walking red card thing in his head. JD, you say if you don't put Leon Bailey on spot by asking him this question, he will continue doing. JD, you not passing the football has nothing to do with not gelling, bro. Team not gelling has nothing to do with Mikel Antonio out there working very hard for 90 minutes, 80 minutes, and Leon Bailey's taking on 3-4 players. That has nothing to do with time. And I still was questioning the coach tactical move with Bobby Reid. JD, I thought he would have slipped Bobby Reid in that Leon Bailey position as a supporting striker, since Bobby was a little less unselfish, and put Leon Bailey at his rightful position on the right-hand side and try to get Leon Bailey to cross it in, and Bobby Reid maybe connecting up with Mikel Antonio, because we saw that Leon Bailey wasn't planning on passing the ball. So this is kind of where the thing, sometimes I question them to come off 100, JD, but you have sense. You kind of see where I'm coming from with the coach, the tactical change of he kept going with Leon Bailey there, trying the same thing. Demaria Gray dropped his hand like this when Leon Bailey dribbled down on them and lost the ball. Look at that in the game, JD. I saw
So but JT, so why you never ask him first? Because people look like they're okay with the question that you ask,
Yeah.
It's just the way or you ask it straightforward. So why you never ask him? Did you saw the two guys ask him in a way so him not have to come out offended? Maybe you have to polish up the skills here. So you just ask him, did you saw the two guys them when you made that final dribble after missing the penalty?
Yeah, JD, I'm glad you
him
brought
come
that up,
out.
because
So him
JD,
come out. Yeah.
I'm glad you brought that up, JD, because J Taylor, one thing I would say, the what you wanted to get out of your questions was great. I wanted to hear them respond to questions like that, right? But I think JD does make a valid point in that maybe the way you present it could be a little bit better, so that and maybe you did that on purpose. Maybe you want it to be as direct as possible.
Yes, man. Yeah, man. My question then, because I'm new, as I said, I'm coming from the new media space. I cannot go in there and behave like I'm from ESPN. As long as I'm not disrespectful, Jay Saguna, I have to come from where I'm coming from. Just as a quick example, like even music, you have Jamaican artists who get a big contract overseas and then quickly start become rapper. Look what happened to them career. Me walking into there, I'm not from ESPN. I'm from YouTube. But them people that up with we at night time when the computer them turn on, we not see none of them people. Eh? So I have to ask the question like how these people over here are discussing the thing. I think I'm doing justice to the space of the people who actually give me a platform on YouTube. That's where I'm coming from with this.
Okay, I can't cuss it because that's what you are. A lot of people does things different, but you have your space, you know, because that's what you want, and I honestly respect it, you know. I honestly respect it because you're an honest person from day one, and you said that's what you want. You're a fan, but you're also a person that wants to see things in place. You don't want to talk every day about something. If you have the chance to fix it now, you're gonna fix it. So I have to respect that. At least people have make 60 videos over something way that you just ask. So then they realize you just solve them problem, you know. You just solve them problem.
That's it. I always say, JD, clear up the speculation by asking the question. Because me could have gone in a JD and ask the question in the most political correct way, and we don't know what the manual answer say. But the way me ask the question, because I had to even clean it up worse than that, you know. Because I could have said, Leon Bailey, you're trending on Twitter for the wrong reasons the other night. You're the first Jamaican to miss 2 penalties one time. I could have said that. I could have said that if I really wanted to be Jay Taylor on there. But I clean it up a bit because Leon Bailey missed 2 penalties one time. One with the keeper in the goal and one with no keeper in the goal. That's a fact. You see me? I said that's a fact. And I listened to a show last night. I had to sit and listen to Ryan LFC show last night where Craig Butler came on and said that was Leon Bailey's best game for Jamaica. So either me delusional, brother, and I said it last night, JD. I said I think one of the problems that's affecting Leon Bailey is the fact that it's like, JD, you have a father who never tells you when you're wrong. Because he cannot be wrong for Craig Butler. And I said it on my stream last night. I say, I hope that Richie Royal stays in his son life. And if he sees Whisper not doing something correctly in a game, him say, Whisper, work on that. Do that. Simplify the game. Because if it's Craig Butler think him player them can't do nothing wrong. I believe that's a bad way to raise someone or to train someone. I believe you say to the person, Bailey, simplify the thing. You have this skill. Get more direct. Get back to what you were good at. Get back to what got you to where you are. Remember, I know, Leon Bailey tried a turn and spin thing the first season at Aston Villa, I know. You see, this season we're going, JD, is Martinez from Manchester United slap on a hard tackle upon him when him try turn back in a man and him not do it again, you know. Them slap on, he was doing that spin and turning thing, and that's why he became the first substitution at Aston Villa every time. It's a very easy decision for the coach. Is that spin and turn? He's not playing direct. And we want him to get back to that place where he plays direct, get the ball in the box, beat the players. Nobody turn back in a tree. It's hard to see a guy like Mikel Antonio just won the Conference League, JD, and working so hard and can't get the football. And Leon Bailey a spin and a turn in a 5 people. That's aggravating, bro. It's most hard for the other players. It's demoralizing for them. It must be hard.
Guys, we're posting the press conference now. It's going to be live, running on the channel concurrently with this one. So I will share the link here so you can just drop a like on it so it comes back up in your feed as soon as this finishes. We're going to only go 2 hours. All right, let me finish up this final part.
And people, it's well worth it to see it because the reactions speak a lot more than some of the answers to the questions.
Yeah, so we can stop it right here because we have the press conference coming out, so people can definitely go there. So let me take some comments first. All of the man that donated for the birthday gifts, massive respect. Ballhead Rasta, I don't know how this man get my. You saw that, JT? Look at why they take these horrible pictures. These horrible pictures.
Joe Grant start. That's something, you know.
Best thumbnail I've seen.
Joe Grant start. That's something. Yeah.
All right, so massive respect for the 10 US big boss. Badas, massive respect for the 5 US, and we have Tappa here says once Leon Instagram reel is popping is good. Analysts like JT helped to hold players and coach like myself accountable. Okay, so Tapa giving JT a respect. All right, so guys, for the birthday gifts, a lot of you guys might can't donate, and I do respect that because you watch it. So we have 300 people on the live. Just give me 300. Let me see if we can go over over the amount of people watching. So that means who is coming off still hit the like button. Let me go 350 likes then. So we're doing 2 hours. Let me go 350 likes. If I don't see 350 likes after this, I'm done with YouTube. I'm done with Jamaica YouTube. All right. Yes, because me see say undo a fight against me then. All when me actually okay and now I give the trouble. And I'm idea unna give me the at 10,000 likes me should have asked for. So if all of you watch this, I'm gonna put it there. 500 likes are JD done with it, done with Jamaican YouTube. All right. Steven Sige, how you doing, man? My Asian brother in the house. Sorry, but you know the Jamaicans, them and their last name, they have a problem, you know. So Stevenson, that's what we're gonna call it from now. Your last name can't really work over here. Over my channel, my next channel is okay. Yeah, man, happy. Respect for it, man. You know, yeah, respect for it. Yes. So Jay Taylor and Jason, let me get into what we heard the coach said. What we heard the coach said. I did a video early on, and I love when I talk before the coaches them talk, and people tell me I'm mad, and them come and say the same thing as me after. They say yes. So I think the coach will go much more of an organized one. It's not going to be as expansive because he realized that this is something that if the coach lose it, the fans will never forgive you because this is something of a grudge match. I love how the coach talking. So what say both of you guys? I love it because he's talking like a fan or at least Mirror and Garden around there again. Every time I hear this man, Mirror and Garden's name, yes, him again over there. Geo people tell him say them can't lose because of Trinidad and Tobago and the rivalry and stuff. For the first time, I'm gonna give him some credit, you know. Yes, so the fans, your voices was actually heard. All right, they're taking it very very serious. So what you have to say on that Jason and Jay Taylor?
Yeah, my mic was muted. With the Trinidad game, it's an interesting game. I think Jamaica has a slight edge watching that St. Kitts game.
St. Kitts, yeah.
Yeah, I saw in the second half where St. Kitts really had Trinidad push back a few times. They just didn't have that cutting edge and that finishing product. How Trinidad approached that game, I really want Jamaica to stuff it to Angus Eve. I think he got a little bit ahead of himself when he played the Jamaica 15. When he played us in Jamaica, he was like, yeah, I made some tactical changes. And I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? You just played against a pickup Jamaica team.
But Jay Taylor, as to be fair, which you can put up here, I'm going to put it up because I want people to see.
Yeah,
they had
can we put this
team as well.
JD?
Yes, they had a pickup team as well. So I'm going to put the Trinidad team from before that played Jamaica and then put the actual team that they're using now so people can know before the narrative keeps on pushing. They have the same pickup team as Jamaica as well. I'm just trying to put it to make sure you know. So because I know you're an honest person, Jay Taylor. So I want you to make sure you know that it's the same cycle. So
but you don't think they had more chemistry than us?
Yes, because obviously their players are not coming from the further. But
yeah, we're not disputing the chemistry side. It's just the narrative has been that they had their first team and we had a makeup team, but their team was
that is not true. That is not true. So I'm gonna just give me a second. Let me just space out this because the video coming out now. So yeah, so I just want to make sure it's running on the channel.
Yeah, because while you're doing that, JD, I thought they stated that that Trinidad team that they used also played friendly games against Bahamas and a few more smaller teams. So that team did have a few, like 1 or 2 games together. So I still think they had an edge over Jamaica, who had no game together. When you look at it, it was Whisper, Lambikisa, under 20, Tyler Roberts, Trevante Stewart out of the Prem, Colin Anderson. It was just a bunch of people. Lamar Walker. It was all over the place. Mariapa and Ravel Morris was just the main stayers. everybody else around there never really played together. And I felt that even the pace of the leagues where each player was coming from was totally different. You had Omari Hutchinson playing in a different league. You have Lembic Kisa playing in a different league. Trevante Stewart, Colin Anderson. I think Jamaica, it was hard to really get that Jamaica team in sync to really play against a Trinidad game who actually had more chemistry, and it showed in their ball possession. Jamaica was more of an individual team in that game, I think. So go ahead, JD.
No, I was trying to find, because I'm going to put this one on the screen, the team that they played with this one, and I'm going to give you your list. All right, the list for Jamaica game, because it's not showing up on this system, but I'm going to get it.
Yeah, it's not there, but it's on Google, JD. I was
looking at it today. Yeah, so because I have to switch over, so I'm gonna give you the different names. A lot of them never played. A lot of them included. Guys, I'm gonna read out all the super chat right after. Go ahead. Continue.
No, I was just looking at the screen, and I was gonna say I know the goalkeeper. I know the two defensive centrals were not in Jamaica. And the only one of the front four that was in Jamaica was Overy. And then on the back line, I think only Alvin Jones. So it's about 3 players from the team that played against us in Jamaica that actually are on the Gold Cup team, and I think.
But Jay Saguna, how much players who are on?
Yeah, it's the same amount. Lambakisa, Mariapa, Whisper, Wait, and more players actually from our team go back in the main team. Yeah, JD, whether we like it or not.
The chemistry argument, I totally agree with you. I am just saying that this narrative that I've heard all around, that TNT's team was the A team and we had a makeup team, is just not true.
Yes,
it's not true. It's a false statement.
But what I can say, the players that came in, as to their players that came in, are better players. Like our players are better players. You understand me? Yes, that's what I can give Jay Taylor the advantage at. You understand me? But
that's where I'm coming from, JD.
I know where you're coming. I know that's where you're coming from.
Yeah, I not really get it 100%. It me don't know, brother.
Yeah, man. We just have clean up the little
Yeah, but Jay Taylor, it's not you. It's not you. I think people use these things to fuel the fans. You understand me? Yeah. To send the wrong narrative. But and when we come here now analyzing the games as to what we know, it seems like we are over praising people. But look at today. The coach gave Trinidad more praise than me. And they beat me the whole entire morning. JD, I broke the vibes. We are telling so much about Trinidad for winner 1 year, but we had to slap them up 6. And the coach come out.
Stats, JD, the stats that's bothering me with Trinidad is they only gave up 1 goal in 7 games.
Yeah, but I think, and person said, let me pull up Trinidad. Person said, what I like, person said they got opened up by St. Kitts. That is true. Yeah. But remember, their fans are beating them to play more expansive football, and because it's the first game, and they know that St. Kitts is the game that they must get 3 points out of. Mm-hmm. You get me? So that was the approach.
So Jamaica actually just cannot lose against Trinidad, because even if we draw the game, Trinidad is on 5 points.
No, 4
points, yes. Yeah. And USA beat St. Kitts. The number of goals that USA beat St. Kitts is gonna depending on how much goals Jamaica would need to beat St. Kitts by in the last game. So Jamaica just has to go out there and know that they can't lose the game. This coach,
yes, it's a can't lose game rather than a must win game. People beat me yesterday. This morning, and I said to them, people, you have to understand, if you're a coach, when you go out for a must win game to a can't lose game, it's completely opposite. You get me? And that's what the guy said. So I don't know if he was listening to the program, but he said, the approach have to be a little bit more measured, because if they win, they are through.
Yeah,
If
it's
we
over.
if we lose, it's pretty much we have to wait and see results against United States and Trinidad and stuff. The measuring stick have to come out, and me tired to see Jamaica play with a bag of big baller, and we have to draw out measuring stick and I see who I go scrape over us and which centre back and left back for the next team. We have played the other team, and I know not about Jamaica, and we have to go for, yes. People said it's a must-win game for Trinidad. I don't think it's a must-win game for Trinidad. I know it's a tough spot for
No,
Trinidad.
JD, it is a must-win game for Trinidad as well. Because if Trinidad loses this game
No,
tomorrow,
it's a must not lose for
for
Trinidad as
Trinidad,
well.
yeah, it's a
Yes,
must not lose. Yeah, that's
because
how I.
remember
Yeah.
Jamaica have to still go over because Jamaica have to still go over and beat St. Kitts and make sure they beat them by a few goals and hopefully begging for Trinidad to lose against United States, and United States know that they can maybe get 6 goals. If they get 6 goals already against St. Kitts, they are pretty much okay, because now they can have a draw against Trinidad and still be okay, because they would be the table toppers as well. So it's believe me, and the Indians just said it's a must-win game for them as well. I think why I don't know. All I know, calculators have to come out after this game. All right. Yes. Let me read out the super chat them. Massive respect to all the people that put the super chat again. We have JP Galactic Beats says, Upper Earth Strong Brethren, bless up, thanks as well. We have our brother Dwayne Thomas said put 20, and then we have our brother Kush put 20 as well. Massive respect all of you guys for donating to the channel. All right, yeah man, thanks very much for the support. As we said, who can't donate, just put a like on the video so we get 315 likes, because we have 315 people here. K says, JD, I think the question were fair but needs to be better positioned. For example, you could have asked the coach why he made an offensive change when defending a 1-0 lead. Yeah, but that's what we not got bash JT, like him still, and we never did in a cranky. We never did it. So we can't beat him go out there and him ask
KS a cranky.
Yeah, man.
She's a cranky over there. I give me trouble so when
Okay, yeah, I think it's Stan Cranky. I think him just spin around name. That's what I think.
I mean, I said this person come in, brother, the other night. I mean, I stand cranky. Jesus Christ. But JD, I understand what they're saying, but it's hard for me to be somebody else when I'm in those press conference. That's the thing, me only I go off of my mind working. And the thing is, JD, the way I ask the questions is to make the coach think about these things going into the next game. I didn't have to ask anything about the Trinidad game. I want when Leon Bailey goes into this game, he knows that he cannot just keep dribbling with the ball. And I want the coach going into this game to understand that his substitutions are important and he has to do the right thing. Because I still think that the United States made some great substitution that impacted the game. The coach said in the press conference before that we're playing against one of the fittest teams in the competition, as the US team is in mid-season. How did they affect the game with their substitution? And you saw them change the game, and we waited so long to make our changes. So I still feel like the substitutions was a bit off. I think it was a bit reactive. And I still think that the substitution that were made wasn't ideal. Bringing on Corey Burke, what are we bringing on? Because Corey Burke didn't even, I don't see how Corey Burke impacted the game. You bring on Shamar Nichols, it was a last-ditch effort there. Daniel Johnson, I didn't know what we were trying to do. We took off Mikel Antonio, while Mikel Antonio wasn't necessarily the problem. I thought Bobby Reed should have slid over into that. In false 9 spot and send Leon Bailey outright, because Bobby Reed is more less he's a bit more unselfish with the football.
Okay. Guys, we have just dropped the link for the press conference. So if you want to watch the press conference, I just go over there and drop a like on it so you can stay in the algorithm while we chop up things. Here, yeah, man, massive respect. All right, we have Joe Grant said, put 30, massive respect for the donation. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, big up JT. You ask what the fans wanted to hear. Bless up Earth Strong JD. Massive respect, man. That's what I said, but I'm just guys, remember if a man doing something, it's on his head, and JT came here and we want JT to survive. So all we're doing is just to make sure he can improve himself, just like you guys want me to improve ourselves as well. So if he can farm it a different way and still get an actual chance to ask questions, we have to respect that. That's all we are saying, That's all we are saying. Nothing else. I don't think Cranky was criticizing J Taylor. He was pretty much respecting J Taylor. He said the questions were good. So that means J Taylor getting credit, Yes. Yeah, man. Let me go through the comments then, because a few JT, we totally agree with you. The changes were awful. All right. JT, you come over very arrogant. Okay.
Yeah,
So Winston saying J Taylor is arrogant. J Taylor, what you have to say to that?
That's his point of view. I think he's misinterpreting passion and frustration for being arrogant. I'm frustrated, JD. I've sat there and I'm looking at players like Mikel Antonio, who just won the Conference League. Leon Bailey took the ball from the player, JD, a player who's coming out of a big match. You took the ball from him, you missed 2 penalties per 1 penalty. That's okay. Then it got into your head where the player, Leon Bailey, started to overcompensate and he started dribbling too much. The next thing that frustrated me, you see that whole run-up play where Jamaica gave up the goal? Leon Bailey was doing this hold-up play in our own half with the football, JD, on the sideline. They kick him down. The coach was asking him, should he stay on or stay? And I feel like the coach should have been more decisive in his action in that point of the game.
Yeah, that was I do agree with you there. That was something that I'm asking. Why is it the last time Damian Lowe went down, Damian Lowe so more willing to stay on and you take him off? So why this time this man tell us say him okay and you keep him on when that was a perfect opportunity for you to take him off? You understand me? Because obviously, but maybe he saw what he saw from him and he wanted what he wanted from him. So that's why I'm saying, so when these things, you have to make sure you think about it before you go into these press conferences. That's what I realize. Because now, if you ask that question, he might maybe tell us, say, oh yeah, but you remember, this is one of my players that I'm looking for something, and I wanted something at the time when he went down. You understand me? So we have to really think about these questions before we go there,
JD, let me just ask you the question. Put you in the coach's shoes. What would you be expecting from Leon Bailey at that point in the game to help you close out the game? We're already up a goal. We're not going to be chasing a goal. Wouldn't you want to have a player on who can help to close things down? And not risk Leon Bailey getting more injured? Like, isn't that a point where you just make that happen and clip that in the
most definitely. I think my substitution would have my intention would have been, I want a midfielder that can possess the ball. So if I get the ball, I can retain it, and I want an extra body as a defender on the field as well, rather than a forward playing player, because I do have Corey Burke on the field at the time. Corey Burke can try and hold it up there. So in those moments, you want a hold of the ball in all of your third. So that in the defensive third, you want a centre back that can hold the ball, a midfielder that can hold the ball, and a forward that can hold the ball. And you had a forward already in Corey Burke that can hold the ball. So I do think your question was actually valid. I actually believe so.
And JD, in the media group, when Simon posted the press conference, it was Kemar Lawrence supposed to be in the press conference.
Yes, they changed it.
I think the coach know that Leon Bailey, guess what? You have to go face the fire. You're trending on Twitter. You have to speak to the fans. And I think that was a brilliant move, because we need Leon Bailey to also understand, because tomorrow, Leon Bailey, I can guarantee he's going to play better. I'm up here right now. He knows now that this is what we're looking at. And we want Leon Bailey to understand that this is not a one-man team. We've had individual players. We had the Leon Baileys, we had the Ravel Morrison, we had the DJs, we have Mikel Antonio, for God's sakes, who came off a brilliant season at West Ham and he couldn't get us to the World Cup. So it shows us that football, JD, is bigger than any one player. So what we want Leon Bailey to understand, that this is a team sport, brother. This is a team sport. Make the ball flow. Move the football. Tomorrow against Trinidad, God forbid, JD, we have so many opportunities and we get a performance like that from Leon Bailey and we end up drawing the game. That's what we don't want. Get the goals in there tomorrow if we can get it, because Trinidad will still be a tough opponent defensively. Let's get the goals, and then growing up playing football in JD, you win the game and then you show off. No say you play.
Yes. But the problem in the JTL, remember, this is something new coming to Jamaica as well, you know. Because what happened now, we have to understand this as well, you know. The Jamaican fans are there inside Jamaica. We have Jamaican fans overseas as well. But remember, you know, all of us in different cultures, you know. So you two just brought us together. You understand me? And some of these guys are not on the same page wavelength as us, and some we are not on the same wavelength as them. So sometimes the way or we perceive things is a little bit different, because I've realized, you know, I've learned over the time I'm here, you know, I've realized what my problems were, you know. You get me? Because I had to look to myself and say, if I'm going to do this, I am going to talk the truth here, because I've never stopped. But I'm going to find ways how to articulate things a little bit better and figure out the culture that I'm talking on, which is not the same that I'm in. You understand me? So these are things that we have to just keep on figuring out. Because remember, Leon Bailey is pretty much anywhere Leon Bailey go, him still in a Jamaican culture. You understand me? For me, it's a little bit different. No, that was not a disrespect. That was me, they in a different culture. Me, they are Belgium, but my men have the Jamaican surrounding with me. You understand me? Leon Bailey, me see him anywhere him go, him in the same culture. You understand me? So JTL, you have to understand that this is our people. Leon Bailey said it himself. That Jamaican people is hard to please. Because they saw big stars, they want win instant. So Leon Bailey himself I tell about Jamaican people. You understand me? Him in the video I tell us him in a video I tell us him know Jamaican people stay. Once them see big players, them want to win same time. Them need to take them time, and that's how him come with a naive conversation, because he must say people need to just take them time and make us just settle in and make us get to honeymoon period. So he wants a honeymoon period. You understand me? And he thought that they were gonna get it. So when you come with a hard question now, you must say, but John Star. You know?
What Leon Bailey need to know, JD, is that the wedding is over.
Okay.
The wedding happened already. We didn't qualify for anything. We haven't been winning. The coach hasn't got his first win yet. And if I'm a head coach like that, JD, I understand that. I see something. I think the head coach has had this conversation with Leon Bailey, those marquee players, JD, and saying, guys, you guys are the leaders. You are the top players. And I believe that this is the motivation from the coach why Leon Bailey took that penalty. I think the coach has given him that confidence that he believes in him. However, players need to understand what they do. And I will work on my questioning, as people say in the comments, but ask Leon Bailey as well to work on his game. It's the same thing. I will work on my question, and I'm asking him to work on dribbling, passing the football.
Let me make sure I give this person a respect, because I saw 3 donations came in from this guy. He donated $100. Massive respect for the $100 donation. I never expected it, so I'm much more grateful. Yes, so thanks very much for that. All right, yeah, man. So we saw our brother Demo on the platform. Good afternoon, Mr. Demo. How are you doing? Ready? He's well prepared today. You know, let me make sure I bring my book, because the man I come with him lecture. You know. All right, Sir Demo. How are you doing, sir?
First of all, happy birthday, boss. Big up yourself. Me gonna send a personal message. Yeah, man, you know it go already.
Yeah, man.
With that. with the hard work, and happy 55th birthday. Big up yourself. Um,
Right, Mr. JD, are really at 55?
so JD, stop joke out the show, no boss.
No, all right.
Yeah, so me just and big up to JT. Like I just
Guys,
have a question.
they're lying. Nothing like that. You know what? Tomorrow I'm with you. Tomorrow I will deal with that.
Christ.
Go ahead. Yo, Jesus, guy, Demo. Every show my bill Demo come on in my shop. Go ahead, Demo.
Me not try for mash up the show, you know. Me try move on quickly. Zine. So I mean, like me say, I've been saying it in the comment section. So big up JT. I think people who have the opportunity in the press conference for ask questions, they have a privilege, and you know, obviously you have your own questions by your mind and stuff. I found it very disrespectful for JT say the other people who asked them questions, their questions were soft because them asked about the Trinidad match. Like for me, that is just kind of.
I didn't
like,
say that.
just,
I didn't say because
say,
they asked
boss,
for the Trinidad match. I didn't about the Trinidad match. I didn't say that specifically. I said their questioning were soft.
You want me to tell you exactly what you say, boss? You say, brother, you come and ask the tough questions because the people them ask your soft question before that and ask about Trinidad. That's what you said.
Okay.
And me find that very disrespectful. Obviously, them want to know about Trinidad. The game is tomorrow. What wrong with if them want to ask about Trinidad and not focus
sure.
on
Dino,
the game?
I need the clip where I said they're asking about Trinidad.
Bro,
because I don't remember saying Trinidad.
Oh, okay, well you can go search for it afterwards. So that was one of my issues. And then no, like I say, the question for Lee and Bailey, perfectly understand it. It was warranted. And you and JD said the man answer the question. I don't know why JD said him the answer, but I think that he answered the question. Not the answer with me happy with, but the man answered. The man basically said, listen, everybody know who Lee and Bailey is. Like a summer play. You get me? I mean, that's not what me want here after you just give away a breakaway and sell out my game, you miss a penalty and a tap in. I don't want you hear you say that as a rubbish answer him give. But I think him answer it, and that is the thing for me. A lot of people, like when people don't do what they want or do what them like, them just say, oh, them not do it. Like them set up and never have no system.
But Demo, I understand what you're saying, but you understood what I was actually saying as well, you know, when I said he never answered the question. You know what I meant. But you tried to just say,
I know what you mean.
Man never, look, when he answer, he open his mouth and say a lot of words, but the words never connected to what the question was in line with. You know that as well. Because
but
when he comes...
Go on.
Explain what he said, Dima, what you got. And then I will explain what I got.
Okay, so Taylor said to the man, listen, you did have the, I'm just a paraphrase, right? You did have the pass to Antonio or whoever it was, and you hold on the ball too long because you're over dribble. And people are beat up on it, you're trending on Twitter, da. He said, and him have to like I said, just a paraphrase here. He said, there was no pressure on him because Taylor mentioned something about pressure as well. Even have no pressure on him. Everybody know how Bailey. Everybody know Lee and Bailey. Everybody know how this is how I play. Once my family good, once my coach good and my teammates them good, then my good. Zine, and for me, him answer the question, just not we more here. Like you can't come tell me that after the man ask you about the play down the left hand side, down the right hand side, play the ball, bro. Tell we why you never play the ball or why you dribble. And for me, him tell me by saying that's how him play, dribble. Like him tell me no want to hear him say that, but that's what the answer was.
Okay, all right.
You get what I say? So that was my takeaway from him answer. Like you answer the question, but I don't really want to hear you say that.
Okay, and me, I was actually saying that he should have answered like what you're saying, then pretty much like saying, oh, and because we're gelling, because you just referred to, oh, we're gelling and we don't know who are play. Maybe I got caught up in the moment because I was trying to get everyone set or something. Obviously, he knows the football in terms to use. I expected something like that, but when he comes off from him family, him good, him this that good. Me I say, but what that have to do with the question? It just
Yeah, but that came after him tell we say I saw him play. You get me? And you know the thing is about a play there. You see, the first turn we make, it was warranted, you know, because it set the runners in place.
Yes.
But then the runners they make the run, and you still a continue to twist and a turn like a madman, bro. What? Like, and you know, say me come and hear some beat Lee and Bailey all the time. And like me say, is a rubbish answer, but me get the answer from him there. Say that's all me say. The second thing with JT thing, the second thing is I thought JT's first question though, with him tell the coach same all over the place. I think it kind of disrespectful. Like JT say he must speak on behalf of fans and listen, me not give the authority to the brother. Those people.
No, man, I'm speaking on behalf of the fans who gives me that authority. So once you hear me say that, you're not included.
Yeah, so me not think say nothing did look chaotic and all over the place or whatever. We watch football long enough, we see all of them things. Them things happen on the professional stage. Like try to get a player on, he must say, yo, make me see how him can go. All of that happen at the highest level. So this never look no different from when I watch on the highest levels. So they must say the thing did look all over the place and him substitute. I'm glad the coach just back to the little question and say, listen, XYZ. But otherwise, like I said, the question.
But he didn't really, because you see the part as well, I think it's hard to get everything in your question sometimes. It's when Leon Bailey went down, when Leon Bailey tried to do that hold up play in halfway, if he just clear out the ball, and then he got hurt a little bit after. I saw the coach asking him if him okay, if him to take him off. What I'm saying, Demo, is I don't see how Leon Bailey is going to help us to close out the game there. I would want the coach to be more decisive and say, okay, I might not want to risk Leon Bailey more. Let me bring in a defender or something or make that change happen, save Leon Bailey for the next game and while try to close out the game. I feel like that's not the point where you ask Leon Bailey if he's okay. I want the captain of the ship to know that, all right, we don't want Leon Bailey spinning in our half right now with the football. Let me get another defensive player, minded player in there and close out this game or something. So that it's a combination of things. And then they switch the camera and I see the coach going like this, waving, because the referee caused that on us as well. He didn't take that substitution with Daniel Johnson, which cost us the goal. I think that was bad for us. So I'm saying, although that little sequence of play right there, JD, it looked a bit chaotic to me. You know what I mean? The sequence.
No, I get where it comes from. People, please, I'm begging you guys. We have 300 people here. Just hit the damn like button so we can get up to 300, man. If it's not one day, I need it today. The 300. All right. So no with no fake us, but not liking. We better keep liking. So we have our brother here from another mother superstar celebrity, Mr. Richie Royal. How are you doing, Mr. Richie Royal? How are you doing?
What's going on, panel? What's going on?
Richie Royal. Oh, I'm the Richie Royal music sound. Richie Royal. Oh, can it be?
Let me take out these earphones in.
No, it's a chop up all over the place, big boss.
It's a chop up? I don't know that.
Yeah. People, I said I want 400 likes for the birthday. So I'm gonna make sure I get 400 likes. I'm done with it. Yeah, we are here a chop up. You know?
Okay, I'm gonna come out and come in back.
Yeah, jump off and let me try. Make sure I pin the link. I'm gonna post the link again and pin it so everybody can come on. Yeah. So Dima, me respect what you say still, but Dima, remember, you know, we always said, you know, in life, you know, we have a set. And as I said, you know, so I say something to you, Dima. Sometimes me have some conversation, you know, and me turn out right, you know, come back and say me right, you know. You know, if you put some respect on me.
Wait,
2 points me talk, pan. I think you should have given me more respect, you know.
Remind me of them.
John Morant situation.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no, we're not gonna get in it because of basketball.
Okay.
All right. And the next situation, let me tell you, say, Demo, all of us here is like ambassadors. So when we see our brothers that do something wrong, we suppose it can be the bigger one to say, yo, brother, I saw it going on, you know, because you want them to do better. And you always just say, yo, brother, I just want to get to the point, at the point where me I talk for more and stay on. It's like you always a back out from making your brothers then be better version of themselves. Like, oh, you just see me I do something wrong and say it to me.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't say it to anybody. Like for me just believe so from here, Jamaican, and I can give you something, a tip to get better, me I go give them.
Yeah.
You would just say, oh boy, a tap and I just want to say tap a roll the leather and put on two subs. The business if him speak the English good. Me the business why if me want him coaching badges, but that's why I know him a keep all. Me things so me say two of them thing there, me prove something about me talk half the year on it. The man for give me respect to all my answer them questions there. And me say what deep give the careers. But it's okay.
No, yeah, man, we will link off here. And listen, brother, JT know already. Like me and JT talk off here. I don't know no bias thing. We talk about cricket, we talk about whatever. Like I don't know bias thing, but like me just everybody I have them opinion, and that me can't take when it in a them space, brother. Like JT can give him opinion, and the people of JT agree.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm back.
One thing, the sound, the man them have some big sound and nah work star. But we have to just take it. We want you from Richie. So not care if the sound now work, we want it. So big boss Richie, good day. How you doing? Guys, this is the fact of Whisper now.
You're still not hearing me properly?
We're not, it's still fine, but we have to accept it. You're a superstar, so we have to accept it.
Don't bother with that. Superstar, something that JD. Me no work.
Perfect now. It's perfect now.
It'll work good now, big boss. So how you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you guys? Thanks for.
I am okay, you know. I almost got angry today in a school of a bunch of white people, you know, because I nearly lose it because me see my kid come out. Yeah, me sound like a racist, man, but me really lose it, man, because it happened 4 times, man. So a little boy, it eat my kid, man. Okay. I'm almost activate my Jamaican side, brother. Today the first day I realized me that I got prison. I realized we still got prison.
You're a father, JD.
Today the first time I realized that, man, you know. Yeah, but I hold myself in the middle, and the teacher come and sort it out, and I tell him, say, yo, listen to me, people, man. Me not come so far for people to take me for idiot, you know, man. Listen, me not, you say, if one of them pitney ever lick me pitney again, because what we pay money for, you know? Yeah, so I almost lose it to the people, because sometimes we're human beings, you know, we're human beings, so I can't lose it to them. But aside from that, I'm great, man.
All right.
I enjoy me there, you know?
So we are here as the people in the YouTube space to make your day a lot more better. Coming into your birthday tomorrow. So we didn't want you to go behind ourselves for we to say, where is JT? We're glad we have you here. So let bygones be bygones, and let's continue forward. This is a football forum, people. Let's go forward.
Yeah, man, but sometimes you have to explain to people that you're a human being, you know, because things that happen in all society, no matter how rich you think the societies are poor, you have some of the spoilers, damn brats them, you know. Yeah, man, and sometimes I get on my nerves, you know. So yeah, man, but we're past that still. We just keep it professional.
I like him like her for true, man, because he can't believe she's so beautiful.
No, but we talk about my little daughter, we talk about people like
so little boys don't like little girls.
No, well, me never said me fit in girl school for people like her.
You don't have no control over that. You don't have no control over that.
Me not have the argument with you, you know. Because we not put 50 people from a pit already. Let me just move on. Let me talk football. What, JD? I told you can't beat up people pitney. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you see, JD, move from the part because it might
yeah,
if you get strike for abuse and anything.
JD, I crack up. But it's good to have a laugh, JD, after you had such a poor morning. It's good for you to laugh it up now. I like that. You know, you're moving.
You know what? I know what really set me off. That's why I have to be careful them video. I already left the video with me that do upset, you know. Because the people when I'm on, you know, I teach them something, you know, and the coach come say the same thing when I teach them and they never want to accept it, you know. So with me going, I'm already kind of pissed off, and me see that happen. But let me just move on. We're big people. Things happen.
Yes.
Sorry. I mean, just my emotion get the better of me, man. Because you have to understand, to me in a world where
human, JD. It's not
yeah, but
you're not the
what they
first one
don't what they don't understand. Sometimes if a kid talk to you a certain way, you don't really like it, you know, and know you know you're in a certain society where people wouldn't understand. So it makes you're even you're a little bit more aggravated than the normal. You get me? Yeah, man.
True.
Yeah, so sorry about that, people. My fault.
Yeah, man. That's all right.
Yeah, so you are enjoying the first thing, congratulations on your son making the Gold Cup main list.
Right.
So how are you feeling, and how are you seeing this tournament play out for Jamaica?
I mean, I've been watching it from a side view from the other day, because you know, if you watch this and you listen to what people say more time, I will get emotional like you, because this is my child. So you know, things like he shouldn't be there. They should have picked JPL players over him and all that. You know, things like that's being said and all that. The kid get the nod. Just let's put a hooray around him and just push him forward. But just because he get the nod, it doesn't matter who get picked or what get picked. Somebody is gonna always have complaint in every squad, and I explained that before. In England squad, Trinidad squad, Tobago squad, any squad in the world, somebody always feel like they got left out, and that's how it is. Now, going forward, you know, we played a game against the USA. A couple of things happened. I must say, I mean, people have a saying that we were supposed to win, and I thought that we were win. I wanted us to win, and we didn't get the win, and that was something that it can be a fault of many factors. We don't want to put it on just one person or one player. How about the greatness of what a player did? Let's emphasize on that. How great did Andre Blake keep? I know good Kamara Lambert did, knowing that he didn't have the supporting staff that he had, and Damian Lowe with a soldier who is being injured, bandaged real tight. We know that we were even thinking that he wasn't going to make this, but he was there, and he's the one who scored the goal. So if he wasn't there, no goal wouldn't be scored, so we would have lost 1-0 or whatever. We just have to give thanks to this and just, you know, cheer the boys on and going forward. Now, the bashing of a players who are professional are always objected to bashing, because they are the one who is, you know, wearing the colours, going out there, doing strong things, making decision, while we as the fans want them to make the right decision. At all times, you don't make the right decision. You also make some decisions that you don't want to make, but so it go. You have to just get up, brush off your knee, and go forward again. It's as it said, the brave may fall but never heal. So you just have to just keep on moving and keep on going. Just make a big rally around this team and let's go forward with them.
So your understands that they need time, because Liam Bailey asked for time, so he's looking even past this. So he said they are here to win the Gold Cup, you know. You understand me?
Yeah.
But at the same time, he's asking for time.
When you come to win the Gold Cup, you don't ask for time. You must be prepared to win it.
That's why I'm asking you, if he's saying that if they don't win tomorrow, people should just sit back and just give them a little time, because at least them get the players to really drive forward for them. I think that's what he's saying, you know, but he just didn't want to come out and say it. You understand me? So if they don't reach the target, what they had set before, they want at least people to give them time and show them some love, because they are having a group of players which are historic. So what you have said to that, I want Jay Taylor to come in and you come in. So what you said to that, Richie, is a historic side we have. You think we need to give them and the coach time before, so even if we fail for qualify through this group stage, because it's possible, you know, because if we don't win against Trinidad, you know, it'll come down to calculation, you know, and what happened at the United States game. You understand me?
Correct.
Yeah. So what you say about that? Give them time, like, you know, look past this.
We definitely need time for players coming from different clubs. We definitely need time. But for us to win the Gold Cup, we have to be ready, not coming to the Gold Cup and asking for time to win it. And you know, we as a nation, you know, we don't. It's not just the players. It's the administration. It's the coaching. It's the fans. It's the family. It's to be cohesive with everybody forward. We can't expect like what we are expecting out of one person or one player, and then they drop the turnout on it. I see man say things like people are check up my number and them thing. There's no number made for players or nothing. You know, we just have to just, you know, keep the focus and take the positive and go forward and just build on this team that we have going forward. Everything is not right. Everything is not right. That's why I guess.
No, clearly, I read between the line. I read between the line. So, Jay Taylor, what you have to say on that one? The time and we need time. Like, are you guys okay with, even if we know we want to qualify, you know, we want to win this Gold Cup thing, you know, but are we setting our expectations way too high at this point?
Yeah. So on the basis of time, it's time to start winning. That's what time it is.
Oh God, Jay Taylor not giving no time.
No, it's time to start winning. And we're not asking them to win the Gold Cup. We're asking them to win games that we supposed to win. That's what we're saying. We win the games that we're supposed to win, close out the game. JD, if we came out of that game with a draw the other night, and let's say Leon Bailey played his game, passed the ball, simplified the game, every Jamaican fan could accept that. Listen, we left it out there, and the game draw. It was equal. At some point, I thought USA actually deserved to win that game more than we did.
Yes, I agree as well. That's what I said live. I said I don't know how we come off the field winning this game, because we had Andre Blake had to be Superman. The man make a save. I'll know me replay the save, cause I'll know me no say me I'll know I'm not sure if him. No, I'll know me not sure him knows him touch the ball. Cause I see him turn him head and him turn him foot, but him body I go the opposite direction, and him don't seems like him figure out him touch the ball. But me know if you ask him, I go tell us say him knows him touch the ball.
No, but JD, this is Andre Blake. When I said like the Andre Blake we're seeing under this head coach is Andre Blake, the #1 draft pick out of UConn. If you look at highlight reels on YouTube and Andre Blake coming out of college, he used to do these saves every day in his sleep.
Boy, Jay Taylor, me very sorry, but you know do them save them.
That's a high class save, man. That's a
Jay Taylor, that's almost impossible. That not come 15 times in a career. You know?
No man, if you look at Andre Blake at UConn.
Okay. Mega look fit.
Yeah.
Wow.
Look at Andre Blake.
If you might do that every day, I wonder why he might play the MLS.
That's why we did beat Andre
you
Blake
want
in
to
a
play the MLS.
Yeah.
Well, if you might do them save there, and yeah, I more playing the MLS then, because me I tell us when me look on the difficulty of it, it was a very much good save. Believe me, a very good save, and I agree with Jay Taylor. Me think say Jamaica never did come off with a point out there again there. Andre Blake and Damian Lowe make we come off of the field because if we never them two man they played so good, Richie. We get embarrassed. Me I talk about like embarrassed 3, 4, 5 love. The man them miss some. The man them miss. Let me give Andre Blake him credit.
He saved it.
Him save them. Me that say my boy, obviously my boy Ferreira should do better. That's true, Richie. But me still think Andre Blake make him have to make up his mind so fast and miss the goal. him make him come see him positioning, and me see him eye contact. Me I go back and I look on the goal them, and him force her to do foolishness. Me I tell you.
This is what if anybody will, if you can go look at Andre Blake draft pick combine when he was this was his highlight reel. His reaction speed, and he was good at plucking the ball out of the air. For some reason, no, looking at Andre Blake, he looked like he's reactivated. He's motivated again. And the topper, I feel like he was just going through the motions. Like him out there, and he must say, me I deal with this thing with the JFF. I don't know what the talk he had with the coach, but even after I asked Andre Blake that question in the press conference as well, it looked like it really reactivated him. And this is what I wanted to do to Leon Bailey. We need to point out to them the things that we see as weakness in their game, and we might not be right. We're not the experts. They are out there. But as them say, them always saying that Jamaica is not the man on the horse who see the danger or something. Are the people that may stand up and watch. We out there and we are watching us see what go on. And what I'm saying, JD, is when the penalty was missed, I said to myself, say, one of the first things, when the player stepped up to take the penalty, your coach always tell you, don't take your eye off of the ball. I saw Leon Bailey looking at the sideline. I'm say, you know, so that penalty I missed? Because for me, that tells the keeper, you fear me. The keeper now start telling me, say, you don't want look. Yes, sir, me have you. No, I'm just saying that's how I see penalty. You see players just keep looking out and blocking out everything, them on the ball. So, you know what I mean? The focus has to be.
But I think a penalty missed by several reasons. I think the fact that he had to take the ball, I thought he wanted the ball because it's a second incident in Richie, where in which he had to take the ball because the game when he scored in the match, he took the ball from Ravel, because Ravel was going to take that ball, take the penalty, you understand me? Because he was taking the free. Both of them was actually taking the free kicks and stuff in that same game. Yes, and Ravel went ahead and he took the ball and scored that time, and he took it this time, but. I saw Damon. A few of them talking, so I don't know if he never got the same response. Like, because obviously that happened on team when you're not designated to kick out, but you just feel the vibes and you want to go take it. You understand me? So you have a consult everybody.
So you're on a hat trick and you want to score the hat trick.
Yes, you put a hat trick. You put a hat trick, but obviously this is not a hat trick this time. But definitely you feel the vibes. Put the feeler vibes. I think it's more feeler vibes in the moment. Three big stars up on the field now. Mikel Antonio and Damari Gray, Leon Bailey, you understand me? And I just think he just want to take it, but he maybe never get the same reaction. So that's why I'm look to the sideline. Taylor, me think. So him could just get the confirmation to go and take the penalty, but it break him concentration at the same time. Yeah, so I just think that's how it went with the penalty, when I'm looking back at it, because I went back and look at all the incidents, and I could agree with you. When he looked aside, he never looked the same way. He looked like how he looked today. He looked the same way. When he turned around his face, he looked the same way today. And Richie, I disagree with you. When JT asked the question, he looked upset because it looks like it's something bothering him.
If you know Leon Bailey, you know that he's not upset. I mean he's not a man that get upset easily, I must say.
Okay.
So I'm sure he wasn't irritated. I'm sure. I know him, so I can tell you that he wasn't upset.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
So Richie, if you know him, why you don't tell him to pass the ball?
I cannot tell him that. I cannot tell him that.
JT, what is wrong with you?
To better the team.
You want me to tell you how to marry to your wife, JT?
No, you can't give me some advice. But I say, JT, me see that girl up on the road and she move away to JT.
Yes.
I'm going to take your advice. Yeah, I can't take that advice. I'm going to say,
I'll tell you one thing about football. You can always coach and teach a player whatever. And when he goes on to that field, he doesn't do exactly what you tell him. He never do exactly what you tell him. That's why coach always have to come out and gesticulate and call back players and all that, because they are strained from their position or they are going ball watching and all that. So, I mean, you can never make a player go out there and do 100% of what you just told him to do.
I want to ask you a thing, Richie, because I called in last night on a show and them say because this is the thing when me fearing, as me say, no. That's why I hope that you and Whisper have that relationship at a point where you can have these. Because I remember when you came on JD's show one time, and you articulated and you accept some of the things that you think the player should work on and where he is.
I have to be true to myself, JT, and I know where you're coming from.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
If in international football, if in any sport, if you don't know how to do what you're doing or the basic, you're gonna always, the professional is gonna always see it when you come amongst them. It can't hide. If you can do push up when it comes to being professional, it will show that you cannot do push up. I'm just giving you an example, So for some people who want to throw it wide, it's just that the player, I knew him from he was birth. Buy him Pampers, buy him Enfamil, do everything for him and all that. I know how he reacts. I know what. So if and when, let me tell you a little story. When he was at Harborview, and Harborview was losing 1-0 to a team called Santos, and Whisper couldn't get it right. How to come back and do the transition of defense, and he couldn't get it right. And I will never forget, the coach at Harborview at the time was Sydney. And Sydney was saying that Whisper get back, and he was trying to call him.
What age is that? Sorry to interject. What age is that?
10 years old.
10 years old. So when he signed to Phoenix, because I heard him reporting
November
2018.
2018. He didn't sign to Phoenix. We went to Phoenix November 2018. No, we didn't sign.
Yeah, because Leon Bailey said he saw him at Port Royal as well. And that's when he came there. So then, I'm hearing that he signed to Phoenix from 11 years old. That's what I'm hearing.
I don't know if that I'm telling you when
Leon Bailey agreed, and Leon Bailey saying the similar thing as well. So it's weird.
Leon Bailey is correct.
Yes, and you okay.
He was with my cousin Madu, and Madu saw Leon Bailey because he did the KLSA sports thing and knew of the ball and everything. And he said to him, my cousin left foot is better than yours. At that time, Whisper just won the Cassava Under-13 MVP trophy. That was 2017, actually. Yeah, when he won the Cassava Under-17 trophy.
I'm glad you clear up that, because when I heard he 11 years old, I'm saying, but when I just met you guys, you're just going in it and you're telling me and even Mr. Butler them saying a different date. So why are they saying a different no?
People try to shift dates to better themselves and even shift age to better what they want to do. You have to understand how some people are. They try to push up when they want to be big up and then undermine when time they want to undermine. So you have to get that part straight, JD. So you have to, so Leon Bailey come out with the truth. And the truth, what Leon Bailey is actually the one that saw him and took him to Phoenix.
Okay. Let me just ask Richie the question, Jay. Somebody called in on a show last night and they said that Whisper was playing against Trinidad. And this is why I said, it's important that when I want the way how Richie explained on your show that when he saw certain kings in his son game, where he's saying he's still this age and he needs to work on this. You see, I have the statistics here from the college and everything. The caller said at the Trinidad game, Mr. Butler called over Whisper and said, as you catch it, turn and shoot. And Whisper went out there and got the ball. And
them can't hear that with some.
Yeah, them say they were there next to in the stand.
They were there next. They were next to
Richie, them have footage item. Richie, man, them fans normally Richie normal.
Man over the next
them not lip read, them have video them on YouTube.
On him like hawk. I tell you, them YouTube people are hawk. I tell you, Richie. So they said that the man say, Whisper, turn and shoot. No, I don't think that's something you would do. And this is where I said we don't want that thing where the player, you know what I mean? Like, because I believe that the danger we see with players with Mr. Butler came out last night and said Leon Bailey had his best game for Jamaica. JD, so we're all crazy here. Leon Bailey had his best game for Jamaica. What we saw on the screen. The difference where we say now with Richie is it's important where if you see your son and say, Whisper, the game that you weren't tracking back, You weren't doing this. You weren't sliding into position.
All
It's
right,
important for the players'
you
growth.
can't stop there. You can't stop there. Let me just give you a little insight. Over the years that me and my son has been going through this route of football, this is what we do most. We talk about what you didn't do right.
Exactly.
What you do right, I commend him for it and say you did well. You scored 4 goals, you did right. But you could have scored 8 goals because you didn't do that. That's how we always talk. I give him a motivational speech every game from Primary League. Talk to him. Say, this is what you're going to do. How much you going to score today? Oh, I want to score 3, daddy. That's how he is. He's always that type of person. I say, okay, you can't score 3 if you don't. And I give him these inputs and these factions of how he's going to score these goals. And even at halftime, sometimes you couldn't go near Harborview bench. You can go stay away. But he will walk come to the fence and me and I say, youth, you need to trap back or you need to go forward. Stop going to the left or stop going to the right. These are some of the things that they're saying. These are just examples, you know. I'm not talking regarding to these games. We're talking about, for instance, primary level, brother. Yeah. We have these conversations every game, during the game, after the game, going forward. So, I mean, what was said and what was doing to him in that Trinidad game, you have to leave the coach to coach, brother. You're not the he did it with the Kingston College coach as well and them thing there. And then how would you feel if somebody do it to you when you're coaching? You have to leave a pro license coach. You're not at the highest level of this coach.
Yeah.
You have to leave it to the pro license coach.
Yeah. And
when
it could
when
be
you get the pro license badge, then you can make that
it
decision.
can confuse the player, Richie. This can confuse the player.
And you can help the relationship with the player and the coach, because remember, Whisper is not a main player, he's a fringe player coming on, to get our looking into the team. So you can't come in with extra baggage and demands when you're a fringe player. That in a sense, you're not gonna get a chance to be seen.
It doesn't make no sense.
Yes, so you can't come in like you're the biggest thing, and it's not the player. We're not talking Whisper here. It's just the overall package, and maybe that's why the coach made a statement to say that too much things this player is going through. Oh, ironic! He made that statement right after.
Yeah. And it's funny, remember Richie and JD, when remember the disagreement always come about, you know. Me say, I want let's Whisper go to Chelsea. You need Whisper to buy into what they're doing at Chelsea. You don't want these other people telling Whisper, yo, Whisper, catch it, go so, do so. Bro, no.
No, but that can't, JT, that can't. You know, so the stadium in Chelsea set. You know, so the Premier League stadium.
No, but what I'm trying to say, people can have influence on Whisper is still a young youth mentally, you know. What I'm trying to say, you know, JD, experience, you know, my uncle always tell me, saying, you're only as intelligent as the experience you have. There are people there who are more experienced than us who can basically twist our brain in different way. So we want where him there at this age where his brain is still maturing, him going there, and then as I say, just make the youth go on him journey and give him the advice. But this ego thing and I think that's what affecting Leon Bailey. Personally, that's just Jay Taylor's opinion. JD, Mr. Butler, I never heard him say Leon Bailey had a bad game. And that's not possible. I even hear Pep and Klopp them talk about their players who had bad games. And when we watch that game, I expect an honest coach or your handler to say, you know, said again yesterday, I think he could have done this better. He needs to do this. We start make excuse that Messi did this and no, bro.
Pep said Kyle Walker can't play him system in, and Kyle Walker said shock him nerves, you know, because he must say the man like the man educated enough to play what he want, you know.
Exactly.
And a man who championship.
But Pep still play Kyle Walker.
Yeah, but because him come back, him go learn the system and I try to see. And so what we're trying to show, this is one of the toughest ballers in the world. And the man said, boy, I have dedication to play what I want. So I go in the academy, they take out Rico Henry. And I go take out Rico Henry, we are 5 years old, and put him out there and say, pass the ball from this third to that third and go in the defensive central, then drop back a centre back and then put it over the top, and then you come behind the centre back and fit in right there. And the youth go there and do it 3 times after World Cup done. And I struggle, my boy, have to struggle to come back into the team. So that's your point, J. Taylor. Anybody can have a bad game, and coach's honesty brings the best out of people. Because Kyle Wagga said he feels disrespected. Because can you tell me say, me not educated enough. But at the past, so I have to ask him to send me the file. Send me the education what me need. Because I don't know why in a football me can learn. And the man turned around and said, one thing with Pep, it's like you have to learn something every year.
Because he might tweak, he might change his system. So you have to go learn when him step it up. Because the game evolves. The game evolves. You understand? Every time the game evolves, he might try to somebody you don't think that they know how to play.
Yeah, but you can take a 16, 17-year-old and put it. I think it was all time disrespect still though. Me still would more have it, Richie more have it. Me have a fight. Me no business. Because if you tell me behind closed door, me not all right. But don't come in and post much and say the man can't play. Educate.
JD, sometimes you have to hear.
You know, one man come out and tell me something educate if you do something. Just tell me, and I can go work. Yeah, I think him go overboard because even people in England was upset with him. You know,
JD, he might not have the same. Remember, if Alkaline never come out and tell people him tattoo me them, he probably wouldn't have the same shock value. Sometimes the impact, it's all about the impact and how the thing come off. You know, Alkaline could have come out as a regular artist and them just see him as a cartel knockoff. No, Alkaline is Alkaline. The shock value. That's what I'm trying to say. I walk out of all those press conferences. I'm going to be trending all the time. I walk out of those press conferences and I'm not doing anything differently. I'm just asking the questions in an unconventional way. And it's because I accept my flaws and know I'm not from ESPN. I go in there, I'm from YouTube. So I go in there, I can't go on like a jacket suit, me come in a shorts and t-shirt.
Because from where Richie or want to take some questions. So Richie, people ask a question and say, what you expect from him? Where you expect him to sign? Are you don't have that additional information since the maybe last time I speak with him or something?
People are telling these people, and I even made a post in it. I have no knowledge of what is going on with the player at all. Zero. I have zero knowledge since I signed that paper for him to go on the trial to Newcastle. I have no knowledge since, and that is the end story. So that answers everybody's question.
Okay, good. So people enough bother Richie about it because him saying I have no information as to where he's signing because people trying to ask where and stuff. But give him a little time. As what Bailey said, you can take what others said. Others said he's not the finished article. He needs more time. So that clearly tells you what I was telling you about the player from day one, that he's not the main player as yet. Remember, he's 17 years old. So give him time so he can go to wherever he's going. If he's going to Chelsea, 15, 55, 60, give him time. Because everyone, I think these higher level football will give him a taste of what is expected. So the national team is giving him a taste of what is expected. If he goes in Chelsea, big team, it's giving him what is expected. If going to 21s, Chelsea have a big 21 as well. So people, if he goes to the 21, it's not a average 21. It's because they have 75 players.
And the manager says he's going to the main team.
Yeah, but me not listen to a manager say. Me talk about reality. And reality is him can go there and still not even make it under 21 as well. And people know for bash it. You know why Chelsea have 65 players and 65 of them are actual first team player. Me don't know how them do it. A proper con man them, you know what them do? Them actually buy other clubs and a loan man out to clubs and a friend. Yo, Chelsea's a robbery, brother. Chelsea I go prison, you know. Everybody at Chelsea I go prison soon. Everybody at Chelsea I go prison soon.
No, you know why certain people doing deals with them now?
Richie, me not gonna get involved with that.
No.
I just a talk about me know ya so me can prove. I'm gonna say Chelsea never go to prison soon because investigation will come up so them buy a club. And as soon as they buy the money laundering the club,
Saudi Arabia, right?
People start getting loan to the club because they don't want to sell the player them because they can't get enough money and them have to offload players to make such amount of money. So people, Chelsea
Is the club
funny.
in Saudi Arabia, JD?
Yes, man. Yes, man. Them a call it up, man. People say Chelsea need to be banned. They need to sell the players them because what them no want to do, them no want to lose so much money. Them can't get off all of the players them off them and them have to get them out. So them are loan out players to get off the wages. And them are set. Them are get the man a sign player off one loan and I get 100% wages. That no work. That no work. Marlon, come in.
But it's been that way for over 10 years, so it's nothing new. That's why they had the embargo before when they banned them, they couldn't sign players for 18 months. So
Them are gonna get a ban again. Our next banner come for them again. Sell the damn players.
They don't care. They just pay the fine. You don't see that.
Remember last year they had 30 players on loan.
JD, it's not only them alone do it, you know. There was a player called Amid Diallo.
But
you remember Amid Diallo? He's supposed to be a Man U player.
Yeah, man.
All right. You know that he even changed his name and changed his family for him to reach into professional football.
Jesus God. Brother, City not doing nothing like Chelsea, brother. Let's come on for being full, man. Oh, the man them still man, and no, the man them are back Chelsea now, you know. So you know want reality football. You want a club of 17,000 players for 15 years now. You know how much people carry Chelsea mash up? You know how much players carry Chelsea mash up?
JD, can you just Marlon, just last question I have, since Richie Raya is here. Richie.
Yes.
Were you the one planning to send Whisper to Qatar?
No, sir. It was Mr. Butler because everything was done in Phoenix Academy.
Can I keep hearing these things? If the player was gonna end up in Qatar. I mean, why would Richie
all right.
send?
So listen to this now. What happened in Qatar was the player don't play Manning Cup. We know that he couldn't sign until him in 18 at that time. Now the rule changed. What happened with the Qatar? They offer for him to play until he turns 18. Then he can go wherever he goes. Then somebody said to Whisper, whatever, don't go to Qatar. Don't play go to Qatar. You're going to go downhill if you go to Qatar, and Qatar is not going to let you out the country. They're going to slave you. And that's what the player heard and said, that's what my father wanted to me.
Jesus
and that's what caused all of this.
Okay, yeah. So you see.
So what you're saying, you never do nothing. It is coming from the same agent. Okay,
same
wow.
Agent and the same assistant coach of the Reggae Boyz right now, John Wall. He's the one who called me about Qatar. That assistant coach.
Wow.
Oh,
wow.
Wow.
You see the corruption in the JFF?
No, I don't think that's corruption, you know. I can think because John Wall was in Qatar with the coach Jaime.
Right.
Yeah, so they know
so he knows people there.
People there. So I think they actually had the player's best interest is just to get him to play football because that could have risked Whisper actually not being in the team right now, you know, him not playing football.
Yeah, but Jay Taylor, but so why people going on with the man, bad on the man name, saying the man is trying to sell players and then really and truly these people in cahoots with each other?
Yes, he has a full conversation with the Qatari people. He was in negotiation with them, everything. What had happened with the Qatar deal was that the Qatar wanted him and his father to come because he wanted to come as the manager and it was going to take too much paperwork for him to come as the manager. So they said, okay, we get the father and the son to come because he's underage and we make you come now because the manager can't come after. And I said, okay, yeah, I will go with my son because at that time, I was having a little difficulty with him because I told him not to go to a party and he still went. And that was what started all of this for me to say, no, you can't go to a party because you're not a regular person anymore after the Manning Cup. And that is what throw the stone in at the spokes.
Well, you see, people, this is why you need to just ask questions. That's why I always go mash up the press conference them because I go ask the questions then.
Richard, you know that me and JD had this conversation, and I said it the other day when I was on JT show. I asked her when person said that Whisper would have played for Qatar. I said, how does Whisper qualify to play for Qatar? Right?
Yeah.
I said, how he comes by qualification? They say, well, that's what they heard from other person. They say
he
they
had
have to
he had to tell the player something to think that I'm not in his best interest and he is, and the player and you know he did what he had to do and he did what he did best.
So I told the person, I said, to my understanding was to play in Qatar, not to play for Qatar national team, to play in the club league over there, in the Star League.
So you know that interview with JT, let me just elaborate. You know, I didn't say nothing. I said, okay, I see that you're trying to go around, man, deal with the mother and everything. No, there was an interview on Nightly Fix when they were bashing the Jamaican Football Federation. And I saw the snippet with him and I called Nightly Fix and I told him, don't release that. I don't want my son to be bashing the JFF at this point in his career. And the coach went ahead and called the mother and said, Mom, I said to him, the coach, you know, don't let it come out. Just leave. What happened with you and JFF? What happened with you and your classmate at JC, who is now in JFF, don't have nothing to do with my son. Leave him out of this. He then hung up the phone, called the mother and said, Mom, the father don't want this interview to come out. Only you can give the go-ahead. Can this interview go out? And she said, yes. So he sent out the interview. So I said, okay, all right. He saw that where he has somebody who him can use as somebody who doesn't know about football or football education. So he doesn't deal, he has never had a meeting with me, Whisper, and his mother and himself. It's either one taking one to the left and taking one to the right. You never can do it together as a collective unit. He's always trying to tell her one thing, tell me one thing, and then he say, she say, come, I'm here say you say this, I'm here say you say that. It's never like that. It's not. It's just that, you know, that people are doing what they are doing. So what he did, he made his son friend Whisper and tell Whisper, say, yo, this is the way to go. My dad is the way, and them thing there. But Whisper eventually find out who his son is. A fat 5-foot man. Now gonna make it in a football. So it go.
So it's good to clear these things up, JD, because when you hear interviews, comments, it sounds like Richie was planning to basically sell his son to Qatar.
That's the picture.
That's how it sounds. Come off.
Ask you this, JD. Did you ever JT? Did you ever believe that when you heard that?
No.
I said before, Whisper can represent 4 different countries from his parentage, and Qatar was never into it. My grandmother worked on a ship, met my grandfather, who's a Trinidadian. That's how we Whisper with the Trinidad. I'm married to an American, and then my grandmother, by my father's side, is English. And I have no other country other than what my parental line is coming from to ever say that Whisper would ever represent.
No, you see the Qatar thing, Richie, I thought it could have been a similar thing, like as well, like the Bahrain and the track and field.
Different.
Oh yeah, he was trying to
you know, like the Bahrain and the athletic. Yeah.
Gentlemen, the old panel, and I want you to take this into consideration. I have 2 sons going to Phoenix Academy. Why would they only want to save one? Just a question.
1 second, people. May I go first?
What you mean? We don't understand that one.
I have 2 sons going to Phoenix Academy at the time. Why the coach wanted to only save one? What happened to the youngest one? Why you don't marry him like how you married Kyle Butler and Leon Bailey? You have Dujon Richards and you have Toussaint Richards. Why didn't you make sure that his younger brother be in the youth academy at the same time? Like what you do with other players. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm asking. When this had this opportunity to go to Tottenham, he could go to Tottenham at 14 years, at 15 years old because you wanted your stepson to go with him.
Yeah.
So you shut that down. He was 15 years old.
Yeah, I think Richie Raya jump off.
But
Marlon, go ahead, Marlon.
I said it to you and JD. I said it's not Bahrain. Bahrain give you a sports citizenship, right? Like the time when they got all the Brazilian and stuff when they're but it was 2006 World Cup when they had a player for Trinidad. When they brought in Ellis and all these players there, and right, and Johnny and these players, they brought them. They give them a sports citizenship so they can represent the country by sport. Qatar is a whole different thing. So that's why I asked the question. I said, how does he qualify to be a Qatari citizen?
Yeah, I thought it was the same Bahrain. Our JD, the Jaffe Campari. JD Jaffe Campari.
Yeah, you know, some relax.
The Jamaica good at it.
Yo, JD here, I'll JD Jaffe eternal.
No, I'm just pick up back or something. You know, because I say, you're rich and talk, I'm kind of feel away, you know, because, you know, so I know father thing, you know.
I'm already a drink with him free.
Oh, your birthday, Jesus.
Yeah, man. But me a volleyball champagne, me does not drink every day. Me normally, on Reggae Boyz night, me always get one because them stress me out.
Yeah, there's a feedback going on here now, JD, man.
Okay. I don't know. Was some white ice here. What white ice? I don't know. JD pour a glass. You see, you be some revolution a PH you give me, you know. Every day, come on. Yeah, man, I'm a good man. People, my life simple, you know. Me no God dance, me get old, you know. Since I become a foreign, me get old, you know. But me still have my Jamaican roots, you know. So I still enjoy myself. But that's on a way still, JT la. It's on a way. You know?
Yeah. And now we kind of clear it up, JD.
Yes, me kind of clear up. Yeah.
Up. Because when that thing was happening, we only saw Richie in the comment section, and we didn't know. And I keep hearing Mr. Butler repeating it over and over that the man would have seen Richie in whisper go Qatar. I mean, I say, why is he keep saying that? I don't think Richie would actually want.
I think I've learned now. I think I've learned now why he said it now. Now everything come out now.
Yeah.
So now we understand why he said it. You know.
It's clear because I think Richie would actually want the whisper to play for Manchester United or Man City, them club there, right? Him JD, if you have a son, you want him to reach the pinnacle, Barcelona, Madrid.
Yes, of course. But people. What I would say is that if you only have these opportunities once in a life where you have a kid that can play for certain places. So all we have to do is
I'm back.
Yeah, big up, awesome, big up. Yeah, man. Me just see go I try get something.
You need something to sort it.
Yes, that me I go for that. Me I go for now.
Yeah, man, Richie, we're glad you come clear up, Richie Royal, man. Because no, that makes a lot of sense. And to be honest with you, Richie, I wouldn't have had no problem with the player going there for the period before just to keep playing football, you know. But whatever it turned out that way, because I believe that playing football at a higher level is important.
I wanted to play active football, you know, while he awaits his 18th birthday to go professional, and that's what I wanted out of it most. But you know, other people see otherwise because they weren't involved. You know, with Whisper going to Qatar, they wanted like 8 to 9 more Phoenix players just to see Whisper, and he knew that, and he shut it down for the rest of the Phoenix players.
And this is a problem, you know, because every time look at Kevin Lambert. Even with Kevin Lambert having a great game, Mr. Butler had the audacity to say that a Kevin Lambert or something like Kyle's game. like all them something here, people. No, look at the master class with Kevin Lambert. Marlon, remember me talk about Kevin Lambert. Me say he's this player that we don't see. And if it wasn't with that topper, Kevin Lambert was peaking, you know, at a point, you know.
2019.
Yes.
He was the man. 2017, when they go to the final, Lambert was the man who held up the midfield, go straight to the quarterfinal, and he got a yellow card. And Richie came in and played in the semi-final, and Tapa started Richie back in the final.
Yes.
And we lost 2-1 to
we lost the game. Yeah. He was peaking. Kevin Lambert was peaking at that time.
Right? So when for him to come out, I said, Tapa brought him. It was known to everybody that Kevin Lambert and Shivani Willis, who were playing in the US at the time, would have been the two key midfielders, Maggie and Deshaun Beckford, right? That team was already know Alex Marshall. So whoever was in training, everybody know who that team would have been, right? Remember, me tell some my cousin come down for the team, right? And because of Topi and Johnny Talbot, right? He left and went to represent Canada.
Oh, because they had those two options.
They had four players that came through. Ricardo Thomas, everybody came through from that team. Come up.
Yeah.
Right? All of them. Right? They say they have 3 good centre back. The guy said, okay, good.
Yeah. I don't think Richie. I don't think Kevin Lambert is Kevin Lambert. And I don't ever saw that, because I looked at tapes at Kyle playing in Europe, and I don't see why is he, what happened. So he's saying that it's not Jamaica football mash up Kyle career, people. Football, sometimes you have to accept if you're not good enough, just like music. Sometimes some artists, you get a one song, you know, your career no kick on. You accept it and do some farming or get a proper 9 to 5. But it's not Kevin Lambert's fault.
Why Jay never give a whoop now?
What's up? No man, see, you talk about.
Let's see how fight.
No, true. Me no want it break. Me no want it break. No, I can't use it back.
JT, we're having a birthday drink with JD now. Where's the blast?
Carlsberg, me have a Carlsberg in the fridge, you know. You know, say yesterday I pass the Carlsberg officer, me I say, Marlon, I must yesterday Marlon did I come.
Come on. JD, smoke a bucket too. In car, I'm going to get it.
Jesus Christ, I have no strong drinking.
All right, you know, it's a football topic, and I'm here just to express this so that this doesn't happen to an experience. Yeah. You can put your all into what to do, and somebody just take that away from you because they feel it is best in their pockets' interests, and that's what they want to do. So, you know, of course, he has to get paid for the work that he have done and all that. I have no problem with that. But when you want to continuously take it from the kid, that's not what I want. And I don't want that for nobody else.
The man never see me in a real life. Yes, a Galaxy, man, mash me up. Yo, let me tell you this, doing a Galaxy. I be a police, I walk with a Jamaica still, you know, so they make sure your friend, them man, they have their license thing for them, you know.
No,
my
police
license,
JT.
No, my friend them license for shoot people, you know, Richie. I don't know
police him going store a long time, man.
I don't know about looking at Jamaica, looking at police force, you know, my brother is gonna be one of the top police officers in Jamaica soon. The head of the police force. Go and look. In Jamaica, when we're going out with them people, my son have it, Pano. All right, perfect. We're licensed to take them down.
You have to have your own JT.
Well, Lansley, the link is pinned. Lansley, the link is pinned.
No, the thing is, Richie, I'm not a trained shooter. Why not use the people who are effective at taking people down?
well, Richie, all I have to say, Richie, the reason why I really stayed away from it is because I think Jamaican people, it's just like they want to hear the gossip and the drama, right? But they don't want to initiate something to improve it. You know, they don't want to stand up for something, and that is the only thing that hurt me, because I remember when you brought the kid name and you explained to me about the kid. Majority of the people in Jamaica never even know him.
Right.
Never even know him. And we out here talking about him, and you sent me some information, and then the thing that really kicked off Whisper's career was when King career kicked off. Remember, that's how it went.
Yeah, that's how I came on YouTube space.
Yes.
Because even when I can explain again, and I want you to listen carefully. When the person from Cavalier was saying that King is the next high and mighty.
Yes.
And I had these videos to show that my 15-year-old son walked past him more than once. And I was like, how could he be the next high and mighty and I have a 15-year-old that is beating him and scoring?
But what I'm trying to show people, that is why I know. So I remember that's when he's 15, you know. That's when he's 15. I know he's 17, almost going to 18. So people should know that this is not today we're talking about the kid.
Right.
And it's not today you are around the kid because you brought him here. It's not. We never heard about him from anybody else. Remember, you was the one brought him here,
Yeah.
and then through you we get to Mr. Butler. That's how we
Mhm.
get to Mr. Butler.
Mhm.
So it was not the other way around. So I just want people that's just coming here to know that when Richie going around promoting his kid, it's a long time ago, and
Mhm.
all of us was here, and all of us were pretty much are here. So the first place people actually talk about Whisper, the first place on
And
YouTube.
you need to tell him what you said when I told you about him. You tell him what you said, JD, when I told you about Whisper.
Yeah, you tell me. No, I said, no. Remember. My thing was, remember, I was coming from Concacaf place, and I said, no, I have my players them, and you have to show me. Yeah, no, give me the proof, and then I will go and check him out.
And when
And
I
then
show you the proof,
when I come back, I tell him, say, this is the best striker in Jamaica. He's gonna walk money cup,
and how
and
would
then he
you
goes on.
how would you think if when he was in England, away from whatever who was coaching him up to the point that 15 could have coached him, from 12 to 15 could have coached him, and he was at Brookhouse College for a year, scoring 48 goals. That is when Whisper turned into a machine player, not under certain people guidance. He becomes a natural of what he's doing because he was getting proper coaching from Brookhouse College in the UK. And that is when the player came back and he played against Charlie Smith, not on Arnett field, and Charlie Smith rugged field, and it was windy that day, and a ball went way up in the air, and it was swerving because it was windy. And when the player took down the ball, Whisper Dujan and Odile Richards took down the ball, a parent from Harborview looked at me and he said to me, damn, him really different for true, Richie. I see what you talk about, because I told him he's a different person since he went to England. He's just a different player. I have all the statistics, all the goals, everything that he did in
Yeah, man.
England.
Remember this and everything, so we know
I
son a
have the
liar.
full match of when he played against Man City. That's where Joshi saw him first. He was there with Czech Daniel Gordon, with Bibi Gardner, and he asked Bibi Gardner, do you know him? And Bibi Gardner said, yes, I know his father well. What happened at Brookhouse is that Brookhouse tried to sell him. That's when he came back to Jamaica.
Okay.
They had a ton load of scouts that trying to sell him, and that's when Whisper come back to Jamaica. They wanted him to play the Manning Cup the first time when Kingston College had won, and the coach literally said, boy, we have no space for him. He didn't play. So this last Manning Cup season, that's when he stamped his class and made his name, which certain people didn't want him to play the Manning Cup. I had to say, you're crazy. Your players, them can't over that school and play Manning Cup, and my son can't play. You're sick in the head. He's going to play. So hence, the other students who are outside, like from Jamaica College, St. George's, the Ras and all those players, them saying, okay, if Mr. Richards is going to make his son play, well, me, I'm going to make my son play too. And this Manning Cup is what get him that contract. And some people are taking that away from Manning Cup to saying Manning Cup is nothing. And to see them go in the last press conference to say, oh, Manning Cup, I changed my thoughts on Manning Cup because I think we can do well with the videos and put them in use to get these kids contract now. Manning Cup was nothing.
No, Richie, somebody called me yesterday, blessed Richie. Me don't know how somebody get my number, but me have to look back again who it was. But me I tell him say my phone not hook up and stuff. But me I say that is what hurt my feelings. So when me hear the distance, I'm saying, oh, this is possible because me know say, because we have to understand, you being there is very much important. And you walking up and down, nothing can pay for that, Me I tell you, I know that for a fact, So money not really bring happiness, You understand me? So the fact that you were there, bringing a kid, going all about, pushing a kid, So the fact that when I'm hearing it in the end, like, they're not Jamaica people. Me really, I said Jamaica people stand up and make people tell the youth for idiot, Like, why somebody can't stand up and say, give the man him respect. Him say no want nothing. So give him respect, and then if him greedy and want something, the world will know. So at least give him respect. Don't take the man Pitney away and then take him everything away from him as well. Like him respect when him deserve and everything, you know. So I hope that can sort out and you get your respect, because me know say are you we that do it for when we are promote the kid.
Yeah.
And we never know the kid. We never know the kid, and we never know Mr. Butler either too. You understand me? Yeah, are you we know. So when me hear like the opposite talk, me not enjoy it, because me know say are you me see a walk with the kid. Me never Mr. Butler never walk with nobody. Are you me see a walk on and tell people the kid and I convince people. All man know either ask people a foreign if the youth was the people are talk and hype up whisper today. Either ask if this youth are the real deal. When I meet up on YouTube, I say I'm the best striker in Jamaica. You understand me? So people just give respect, man. People may tell you Richie is not a bad father to him kid, and people just need to just give him the respect. At least give him respect. You know? Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Man, a good guy, man.
I was disheartened, JD, by when I even saw the photos when Whisper went on the trials and stuff, and his father wasn't there. Because I saw Whisper on this show when you gave Richie the platform, and Richie was basically promoting his son and talk. That's when I really locked in to it, because I didn't know anything about the youth. I never come on YouTube and pretend I know the youth, and I always stuck by what I said. I said what I was afraid of with the youth getting called up for the national team is him playing with 11 players who are rocks. I always stick to that, because we didn't want him to his experience at the national level to be like, I saw football hard, but it's not really hard. The game hard. It's the man them when I play with can't play. We saw what he did. I still think that's what happened to Omari Hutchinson some way. I believe his experience for Jamaica hasn't been good. I still believe that's part of the issue. I believe that if you put a person through their first experience and it's traumatic, you force them to evaluate. You force them to evaluate their decision. So, but hopefully, Richie, at this point, do you and your son have a relationship? Do you converse? You communicate?
JT, 7 children may have here.
Well, Richie are going bad, man.
No, what that mean?
Say if him at 18 reach the age for can make his own decision. When he reach 18, when I was 14, my father said to me, I can't wait until they reach 18, Can't wait till they reach 18. My father now have a house with my name on the room. I've never slept in it. Never slept in it. We are grown to go out there go look for own food, brother, when you reach.
Oh, yeah, give me a Lee and Bailey answer. I know, come in here answer question. Do you guys converse or you have a relationship? Or
hear what I said to you. Listen good, I said, I'm going to start over again. I have 7 kids,
Yes.
Yeah. So when you reach the age, when me don't teach you and when you learn from me, even if me not teach you, because you watch me, you learn, you can go up on your own and survive now. Go on and go make your bread now, youth. You're there on your own. Me have your brother and sister them to deal with now. So.
Oh, Richie, me no want to raise up my daughter and give her 18 years. I sit at my yard right now, and when she reach 18, she talk to me. Me no know where you talk, say.
Yeah, man. The door is always open. The door is always open.
Yeah. I hope my daughter will be able to appreciate me and the sacrifice. I think that's important. And Richie, me no want you look upon it like that. Me know you're more experienced than me. But at some point, that needs to come back. That needs to come back to a circle. I don't know it's going to happen, but I don't want you to look at it from that way where it's a 18-year-old, you do your job and no, bro. No, that's not. That's not.
That is
at
your
some
opinion,
point,
brother.
it needs to come back
you see?
to fruition. Something needs to happen there at some point. I believe
my father is one of the most important men in the world. I mean, he never diss him yet. Now, when he nearly kill me, I never diss him. Meaning that you get beaten and you run under the bed and you feel like, say, yo, the beating not going to stop because you run under the bed now. Them and the big and strong, them just lift up the bed and they lick them start again. I still love him to the day. So, if some kids don't want to take schooling, these new kids of these age don't want to take schooling, nobody wants to say, boy, you have to take your punishment, Punishment is a must. So when your punishment, you feel like you can run there, so or run over there so to hide from punishment. It don't work, so brother.
You know, so you're right, Richie, you what? Allow it. It I'm gonna link you, you know. Because you see, one thing me learn in life, you know, and my mother has told me, you know. You see, when you're young and you're busy, you see, when we're young, we think so we're smart and we can do everything. You're gonna run into some roadblock and the first thing that pop up in my mind is a Richie Royal. And you be there. I feel like, Lloyd, we cheers to that. Happy birthday, JD. Lloyd, I think God knows to work it. God work it. He always work it. He work God. When we realize with God, he works slow, but he works sure.
J. Taylor, do not make that statement. It is flawed. God does not work slow. Do not do that. God is on time.
God works in a timely manner.
Yes. He's never slow. He's always on time. So, as you were saying, that's the only flawed part of what you were advising, Richie. The scripture says, train up the child in the way he should go, and when he's old, he will not depart from it. There are many prodigals, but under God, they will return home. And as Richie said, the door is always open. The real father is always looking for the prodigal to come back. So just keep him before the Lord, Richie, and those of us who are fathers will do the same. It will work out in God's time.
I believe so, Pastor.
It'll work, man. You gotta smile,
God
man.
is with him. God is with him.
Smile, man. You gotta smile, man.
He doesn't know how much prayers are over his head, and God is with him, and you know he has to love God, and that is part of what we said. You know, you have to pray. Pray before you go on that pitch. Pray when you wake up. You know, these are things that he was taught, so he knows that you know there is a God, and God is with him.
Big up yourself, El Gennaro. Yeah, that was so right. Yeah, Pastor, did you watch the press conference? You missed the big epic ESPN.
No, I did not watch that press conference, but I heard a recital of Monsieur Bailey's response to your question.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to agree with it's not Marlon. Was it Marlon or Jason that said he answered the question?
Yeah, Demo.
But I typed in the thing. He has 90 minutes. He wants time, so I will give him 90 minutes
to get it right.
When we go to a match, 90 minutes. Yes, he has time. Take all the time he needs. 90 minutes. This rubbish has to stop somewhere. If we are going to be holding people responsible, then we're going to have to hold everybody responsible. There are people today who still has not forgiven Bobby Reid for that missed attempt in World Cup qualifiers. And it is said it is Bobby Reid why we did not qualify. Despite everything else happening, it is Bobby Reid why we didn't qualify.
Yeah.
So Leon Bailey need to understand it is Leon Bailey why we did not beat USA.
Yes.
And if Leon Bailey do not make us beat Trinidad, I will not forgive him. since they don't understand what the require, I will always remember that Brazil team going to World Cup 1994. Coach Zagallo land had a for sale sign on it. Romario and Bebito and Cafu and Dungaland had for sale sign on it. Because Brazil had teams 90, 86 and 82 had made the statement that they went to the World Cup to teach the world the beautiful game. The Brazilians got to the point where they say, hello, you have taught the world the beautiful game, now bring home the cup or find somewhere else to go live. So tell Leon Bailey not to beat Trinidad. And then he will know what happened. If you're going to be a superstar when it's a star, when night comes, you must shine. This is Jamaica's night.
Miss Pastor, I thought it wasn't JD's birthday today and my birthday. When Mrs. Lee and Bailey name for the press conference, me say, wow,
Oh
how
Lord.
amazing. Because you see, under the previous Tapa regime, they used to do these terrible performances and just walk away. Just go away, and the fans have to deal with the trauma, and we think and talk about it on YouTube. Not anymore. Simon Preston has organized it in a manner where we're gonna keep them accountable.
I think more than Simon, maybe it's the coach realizing
Yeah,
that his backside alone cannot manage the heat in the oven.
yeah, man.
So he's putting the man who should be in the fire in the fire.
But should we not be giving them more credit for this though? What we saw happen? Because this is what we asked for the longest time, for them to be closer to the fans, You get me?
JD, if they ban me from the press conference, them
They
from
can't
now, it's gonna be a
ban it.
problem
They
because
can't ban it.
I think we will see their reaction. People, we will see the reaction, JD, based on their reaction. If I get banned from the press conference, then we know that it's affecting them because they don't take criticism very well.
Because this them on them.
You,
This
you,
the
you,
players and the coach.
yeah, this play them.
Yeah.
Marlon said, what them a do to we when them a lose every game and sitting?
I tell you this, I don't put it on my head again. We don't.
I through your experience, you know, man. Me still a put him on. Still stress. Yeah?
Listen, we not end up like Ryan, sir.
You know what I mean?
Marlon,
Yeah,
Marlon,
yeah, Pastor.
one way to ensure that you are not unduly stressed is that you pay attention to football rather than to Jamaica football.
World of football.
Yeah, just football in general. Because if you stop at Jamaica football, I might have to clean my black suit before I wish to.
Pastor, we go support Panama more pleasant. We go support Panama more pleasant.
Oh, he's supporting Papa in Mount Pleasant.
I go. That's where that's what more at Mount Pleasant. We can't beat him.
I don't know if I am as strong as you, so I'll pray for you.
I said I'm Mount Pleasant. The Mount Pleasant fans are who in Jamaica know the Mount Pleasant fans is a big audience, So
Yes, but no, I'm speaking in reference to you supporting Kappa at Mount Pleasant. I'm just saying I'm not as strong as you, so I will pray for you.
Guess what? The others came there, they couldn't give a title. Tapa brought on already, so him buying way sometime.
Jesus Christ.
I agree.
Him buying way sometime. That's what he said. Him bringing national coaching staff come in, but him deliver. So with that now the people have sent and them give him in crown this up. However, he have a season he can play with. Then he get beaten again.
And you know what's funny though, JD? I think going into the future press conferences, I think players who perform very badly, the coach is gonna like say, "Oh, you're coming to the press conference with me?" And the first thing I'm gonna ask say, the youth in the JT line there, that them know what gonna come now. I think them are gonna start prepare, so we're gonna ask them because we have to set because I realize as the way our impact change, the YouTubers who push impact change on YouTube, I think there's also a strategic way of keeping these players honest. And it's by calling out what we as fans see as some of the issues. And it's in question because we're not going to be able to coach the team. I wanted to talk to the coach about 4-4-2 because I have a huge problem with the 4-4-2 now because now I'm looking at it and the fact that Kevin Lambert played so well the last game, this also create a headache going forward. I swear to you. Kevin Lambert played, a lot of people might not understand where I'm coming from, but Kevin Lambert playing that well and making a stake for that position. Now, you have to think about for Russell to come in, potentially Joel has to bench, or for Daniel to come in, because now Kevin Lambert performance last game make him almost unbenchable. This is where it's heading.
Jay Taylor, do not go down the road of being biased. If the midfielder is playing that well, what you need to do is to put the midfielder who is a progressor of the ball on the field. You don't need the 4 big forwards. You need to put one of the on the bench so you can bring him on as an impact player 75 minutes.
So how am I being biased, Pastor? What do you mean?
Because you're saying Latibodier or Russell would have to be on the bench for Kemar to be on the field. I'm saying no. One of the big forward, one of the 4 need to be on the bench. I'm bringing the progress.
Pastor, I'm going off the formation that the coach is consistently playing 4-4-2.
But you're not hearing me. You're not hearing me.
Yeah.
You have Damari Gray. You have Leon Bailey. You have Antonio on the field and Bobby Reed. You except you're going to put Bobby to play the progressor of the ball in the midfield. One of those 4 need to come off the field and put on DJ.
And who you're taking off the field?
Any one of the 4 you want to take off based on who you're playing. I believe in picking horses for courses. So if
you have got bench either Leon Bailey or Mikel Antonio or Damari Gray.
Or Bobby Reed. Any one of the 4 of them. Bench one. And bring on the progress of the ball to supply the three that you're putting on the field. And then you bring on that one. Let's say Trinidad takes a lot to break down. If you're going to replace a Bailey on the field with a Damari Gray at 65, 70 minutes, you're not losing anything. You understand what I'm saying? But you have that quality coming off the bench rather than having the 4 of them on the field suffering because they don't have a supply chain to get them the ball. Yeah, creating more pressure for the defense.
I think Bailey should never start again as a second striker, because he's not a prolific passer of the football. He's not cutting edge in front of goal. I think if he's playing for Jamaica, he's an out and out winger. Because he's gonna starve Mikel Antonio off the football if he plays in that position. I think I would even rather play as you said, an attacking midfielder in that second striker role. Because even that few minutes when DJ came on, you saw DJ wanted to push the ball forward, and we weren't getting that with Leon. However, Leon did track back very well, especially in the first 30 minutes of the game. He got behind the ball very well. DJ, on the other hand, he's a bit iffy there, but I think an adjustment has to be made. They only tried Leon Bailey at that position, I think, once or twice at Aston Villa in that second striker position, and they quickly realized that it doesn't work. He is not that kind of player. And I think the coach, I hope he saw that last game that Leon cannot play that position. He has to play on the wing.
But JT, to be fair now, when he's here now, it's not really like a 4-4-2 now. He dropped back in the pocket and turned it in a 3 across. So actually he and Bobby Reed, but he has a free room. So he can come in midfield, he can go on the flank. But for me, still, I'd put Gray in that position because Gray is better with the ball and all of them, better than Bobby Reed and better than Bailey. He has more control, he's a better passer than them. But because we don't have, I think what he have right now, he is stronger on the right hand side than both of them. So I think that's where the reason Leon was playing as a second striker.
Yo, Canada under one.
The Canada team and them take out all and play them.
Oh, what is man?
Well,
go on. Sorry, Marlon.
No, the strongest team, man. I'm the strongest team, man.
Marlon, wait, the Marlon, you have to stop in your track. Are you break down El Salvador properly? We get a properly breakdown last night.
Keeper, the keeper had a role with the game.
Marlon, it's El Salvador is one of the
dogs. Yeah, Sean, with us, there are Bill of vibes, my brother. I don't know what you want to add to the thing. With us, there are Bill of vibes, my brother. So I don't know what you want to say.
The Japanese cut them apart last week. The wall that was there, nobody could score more than 2 goals, and then the Japanese take them and slice them.
You want to jump in, Sean, and just say that's a conversation, and then like the farmer conversation.
Yeah, so I will wait until Marlon finishes his point.
Man, no, we're just adding to the estimate.
Sean, if you're free to come on the stream, brother, you just call. I'm gonna put on the calling because man, you come on the screen. You know, like the hiding face thing on the screen, brother. Because
nah, man.
The stream, brother. I'm international, so I don't know why I hide.
Nah, man. Hey, no. So I mean, no hiding thing going on here. So look, take off the hat and look professional. So
no, it's all right, man. That's the thing, boss.
So the conversation kind of move away from the point I wanted to really add still. The person that was asking the questions in the press conference, that's JT, what's the last name?
JT Taylor, yeah, JT Taylor.
JT Taylor. All right, listen, JT, you see the same way how we hold players accountable. Please know that if you are in the space as a public person, just like how we hold the players accountable, we are going to hold you accountable as well. Check it. YouTubers, or what's the new phrase that they're using?
New media.
Has worked very hard to be accepted in the space and be granted access, unprecedented access in the space. We can't really play with the thing too much, brother. Look, you see, when you started to ask the question and you said, so coach, and I'm going to kind of paraphrase here. You said, so coach, you had said USA kind of in the middle of them season, and, you know, a lot of your players have been on break for a while. I'm like, yes, ask the question. Yes, ask the question. Because I thought the question or the point that you are going to make is, if you know, so the man them fresh, and your players them not fresh, why you take so long for make a change or don't make any change at all, even when you saw the fresh players or the coach of the team with the fresh players went ahead and bringing even fresher legs? Why didn't you make the change? But that's not the question that you ask. And when you ask the question, I'm like, no, brother, you dropped the ball. That's not the question you were supposed to ask. Or I don't know if that's the question that you wanted to ask, but that's just not how it came across. And in the manner in which you asked the question, I'm not gonna lie, brother, it come off as a kind of disrespectful. And what I'm saying is that the man them work hard. All the persons in the space work hard to be here, because where you guys are right now, for YouTubers to be in a press conference at the Gold Cup region, don't sleep on that. It's a major accomplishment. So we don't want them kind of look at it and say, boy, you know, say the YouTuber them a water down the thing, or next thing you know, the coach go complain or the players go complain. And even though their complaint might not be a legitimate one, it still don't matter. Seeing? But I'm just gonna say, Virgin, just work on the questioning. Seeing? And it's not a beating, it's just constructive criticism. Seeing?
Okay, fair enough.
Bless.
Bless. Okay, so that is for J Taylor. So J Taylor hope you take that, because as I said, everybody are gonna get beaten. So he came to give you a beating. Yes, so Richie.
JD, that is unfair. The man said it is not a beating.
The him says not a beating, but everybody are getting beaten. So, that's I'm listening to what he's saying.
Constructive criticism. We all must grow and learn as we grow.
Just as though you know words, I know words as well, Pastor. I heard what the man said, and I translated it for J Taylor. All right? Yes.
Is that to say J Taylor don't know words?
No, it's just to tell you some know words. I that me say you. Me never say nobody else. So stop go like you want. Go around me, big man. So, anyways, we're gone. We're 3 hours, 3.5 hours we're going here. Because I can't go at 2 o'clock and wake up back 6 o'clock in the morning. I can't follow you.
This is a birthday stream.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
JD, how are you drink, man? Yeah.
JD.
Pastor, you drop a bottle of wine and you have to go and
The
pull
red
out something.
wine sweet or dry, JD?
My good man.
Is
Beat
dry
them, buddy.
wine or sweet wine you're drinking, JD?
No, man, I dry, man. Dry. What you talking about?
Super rich.
No. We have all the liquor there because there is a
man. You're fully bar out, man. You have from Connie.
Yeah, man. My lady not
Yeah.
drink.
You have connections to the winery?
No, I just buy things. I go to the store, I see something, I just buy it because remember, for instance, like for weekly, if you go to buy food, I have fixed money when I buy food. So if me have too much things in the fridge, I can't put more things in the fridge. I have to just buy other things.
JD, Pastor ask about wine like him a drink hard, so.
Pastor, remember now, he's close to the region where the good wine comes from, Bordeaux.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to ask him if the wine was from Bordeaux.
That's JD. I hope that's not the Chateau Lafitte because them things.
Listen, I don't know what you're talking about. Man's just buy all some cheap bottle. The maximum I pay for a bottle, any alcohol, maybe around $112, which a lot. So it range from 25 to 114. My lady get a bottle around what $700. The year's one.
Yeah, you're drinking vintage.
$700. No man. Remember my lady father. Richie.
Yes,
I'm my lady father. When you talk about wine, I'm my lady mother and father. Them are the one where me tell you when you go to some man, my goodness man, you get everything you want. They get
every city.
Yeah man. I when I go to some man, them always a drink, but me not really follow it up. But that's my normal thing. I want to watch a Jamaican game or with this or all the vibes, man. I'm sorry, pull out one.
Even the scripture speaks to the benefits of consuming wine. The areas that you have prevalent wine drinkers, ulcerated stomach is not a medical issue for them, because the wine does create a kind of balancing of the stomach chemicals. So those people suffer from other things. So JD, while you maintain a conformed or restricted drinking habit, it's not too much of a bad practice the way you do it. So yeah.
Anyways, you see what we're talking about? Guadeloupe, good team. Martinique, good team. Both of them came in and be leading 1-1 against one of the top 12 teams, and one leading one of the top 12 teams. Obviously, Canada significantly weaker. Everybody don't turn up. So then there's some manufacture the other players them. So let me give you the starting lineup so you know exactly. You have Boyan, which is their main keeper. All right, Victoria, one of their main players. Kemar Miller, one of their main players. But you have Zach McGrath, Richie Larie, one of the players that they use from time to time. I think he's on the start, but he's going down to rotation as well. Hamed, new. Moise, new. Jonathan Osario, one of the next one that can be a starter or a rotation. Liam Miller, one of the next one where he can be a starter or rotation. Cavallini or an Islet. So it's a mixture of rotation and whatever, and all of the big stars not there. But that shows you.
First team.
Yeah, but not if you have all of the other guys and that missing, they're gonna start over them.
They're missing the X factors. They're missing a Davis, David, Lauren, Buchanan, and Estakio.
Yeah, you realize how much people are calling? So yeah, that's a miss. Michelangelo, Liam Bailey, Damari Gray, and just name out everybody a big ball and Ethan Pinnock. So everybody and Andre Blake. That's what you're telling the people. So stop right on, No,
you know my support over Canada already. So putting it out there that they're missing the front line. The defense is there, the front line and part of the midfield. But Estaquio was there, but I think he pulled out.
Adekugbe and Estaquio pull out like last minute.
Yeah, so they have issues.
Yeah, so it shows you guys, if you don't turn up with your main teams, people can take you apart. Obviously, this might end up Canada still come back in the game.
But this Guadeloupe teams, this Guadeloupe country, with Pierre Ambrose and Faith and I see them again. The other guy play for him, and they have the guy from Torino.
Yeah, but man, we did play them in a man. I remember we played them in and them chop out Faith and chop out.
It's a different team play last year. Ambrose wasn't there. It's a totally different team. They have this guy Marshall.
No, yes, a Faith and chop out Alves Polo time close, man. So you have to tell the fans them saying some normal player for them team, you know. But them never have the consistency of players coming in. But now they might get the consistency. So we're trying to tell people that Jamaica can't play up. You understand, Richard? We can't play up because they may have 1 and 2 stars. No, they might get 5 players.
So, JD, I see a whole lot of people ask me why I didn't come out a long time and defend my name. You know, it's not defending my name towards, is when you give people time for them to realize where they go wrong and if they were going to fix it or to say nothing to fix it. You know what I mean? Yes. And I was just being in my own thing, going to music, join myself in music. I did what I have to do, and it was profitable to me. When he was touted to go to Austria, I was connected by Craig Butler. He just text me out of the blues and delete it. So when he text me out of the blues and delete it, I said, wait, maybe he want to have a conversation. So I never text him back. I just sent him a message. I just sent him a message, and the message that I sent him, it wasn't to say nothing bad, You can look in the comment section there. That is the message that I sent him. You can look in the chat, you see it, and nobody responds. Okay. So I have made myself available for reasoning it out or to become to a conclusion, and nobody has made any signs of trying to. They just want to just do their own thing, and that's it. Yeah, you can.
Right, guys, this is the message that was sent out because it's too long. YouTube formulated it into 3 texts, so I posted it so people can read it and they can clip it as whatever, because he has his soldiers here clipping, because I saw a man talking about this guy thinks he knows everything about football. As long as it's against JA, this guy don't like JA. It's just for his channel. Biscuit Bandit. He was one of them here doing the Craig Butler, because you have around 6-10 of the accounts that come at the same time. But talk, Richard.
Where them come up with them name, man? Biscuit Bandit.
Yes, Biscuit Bandit. Yeah, man.
Man, they skill, man. This
Richie.
Bandit.
Richie, let Richie finish your point and then we can come in.
No, you can continue, JD. You just can't continue. Because it's just people asking me the question. Give them the letter.
I learned, you see, once you're doing something that is right, the same mouth that accuse you, God will use that same mouth to vindicate you. So you don't have to fight for yourself and to fight clearing name and all of those foolishness. All you have to do is maintain the principles and do what is right. God have your back. By his promise, he has to deliver.
Yeah, Richie, Jason Guna talked to you, but I just want to ask you, when you heard the coach make the statement in the press conference that family is first, that must have sounded ironic to you that he would make a statement like that, knowing the situation
you are in. Of course, CC, we've been on this forum more than once and everything, when he made that statement, fair man that, he must have heard what is going on and everything there, and I've never reached out to whisper part of the family. You're just listening. You don't even send a letter to say, oh, we are inviting your son or whatever. to this thing, you're sending it to whoever who doesn't send it to me or doesn't show me no paperwork for me to understand what's going on. You know, I see that as something ludicrous for him to say that. And it was just, you know, me laughing when he said that, because it
All right, look at Rich, you have some like internet technical issues coming through. So give him a little time. So CC, you talking another time, the big boss. How you doing, man? Hope all is well with the big boss mogul.
Yeah, man.
As, you have,
Man,
full of
realize. Yeah, man, I'm full of it. Then I say, come on. I'm gonna tell you, see me is a man like this, you know. I speak things into being, you know. So if it not go so, it soon go so. Yeah,
Richie,
so
you just back on for the next one, Richie. Yeah?
Well, biscuit bandit, sort out your name because you don't want to be a biscuit bandit.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, for them, but we don't understand. But anyway, like I think if a lot of persons, Mr. JD, I think if a lot of persons did a little bit more research and did a little bit more deep dive in Jamaica football, they would realize them little team that them Guadeloupe, Bermuda, and some other little teams, we were never really dominating these teams in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and coming up. You know? We weren't never really dominating the teams like that. We probably would have beaten some of them on and off, but there was no sustained period of domination where we were beating the team on a level where we are at this stage now where I say, oh, it's a, we are automatic to beat these teams. You understand the message, JD? So I think sometimes currently, because of the names that we see on the paper and the fact that we are so in tune with the English Premier League, we think we are, because we don't know the other people, the other team. So, for example, if Jamaica is playing against Martinique, they don't watch the leagues that these guys are playing in. So automatically they write them off. So what I'm not see, you know, him not understand. So I'm not see him not understand. So therefore, he must say, oh, that is non-existent. So it's out of sight, out of mind. However, I can realize that football has been a bit more global. A bit more global than now. But even if we didn't have pros back then, a lot of these countries never had pros either. Like, I want you to understand that everybody did kind of on the same level outside of Europe. In this side of the world, we do what? USA, probably only Mexico, they'd have a bunch of pros. Because Mexico is more connected to the South American side, Central America, South America. But outside of Mexico, USA and those guys never have no portion of a professional footballer like that. So what are you trying to say? All I'm saying is this. Going up against Trinidad seems to be resurrecting their program. They have a pretty decent team coming into tomorrow. I just think that even the press conference that Leon and the coach gave, I think these things are good enough because the fact that everybody was on Leon saying he didn't have a good game and everything, for him to come out in the press conference and answer a few questions. Some question for me wasn't constructed properly, so it kind of infused a certain reaction. But I think you have to kind of structure the question in a way where, I'm not saying to pamper anybody, but you have to structure it in a way where you can get a little bit more substance rather than emotions. But for me, JD, I think if we execute, for example, in the first game, in the game against the United States, you notice the pattern of play which we were going with in the first half. It come like we were playing 2-10. So they play Leon Bailey and they play Bobby Reed, who are playing basically two number 10s, we interchanging. And we're going and getting some joy from Demarai Gray going down that flank. That's where we end up when we come back on the other side. That's where we end up with the free kick to get the goal, and that's where we end up with getting the opportunity for the penalty. But we kind of moved away from that in the second half, and I think it's just the substitution. What I want to know though, JD, is it 3 substitutions for the tournament and not 5?
No, it's 5. It's 5. But if you don't do it on the right time, No. Because you had you have timing. You have timings. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get the rules with the timings and put on the screen next time so we can see if you don't make a substitution by a certain point. Yes, I
You
will do
have
it after
timing
that.
slot. You have timing
Yes, so if
slot
it
when you can
and
make the
you have a
substitution.
force sub, you have a
So
force
when
sub
it's open,
by the
when the
injury.
It's
time
40.
pass,
There's three. You have
doesn't open,
three interval,
you cannot make
right?
the substitution.
So
So you must say he had one more slot.
Yes,
so
And then
one
never.
more windows, one more. Yeah.
you
So
can
that
make a
means
substitution.
you
You can make a
so that
substitution
means
at what doesn't impact you. So you see the three starts open same way.
so
what
that means the coach. So that means that the coach lapsed in game management then.
Time management was lapsed.
No,
Yeah,
but
time management.
Remember when it was a force sub, because of injury.
see, hold on. Remember the first sub was a force
Amari Bell.
through injury, right? Then Antonio come off of fatigue. So you have one slot left to make, and you have three substitution leave. What USA did, USA made a substitution at halftime. Then they brought on one player, then they brought on the two more. Then they brought on the third player. So the substitution they make at halftime, it didn't affect them. They still have their three slots same way.
That's
so
what
Marlon, if when not the Amari Bell, which was a force sub, but when Antonio came off, that was a window. My question to him would have been, why we only use one sub in that window? You should have made one more sub. Then you still would have had two subs for the fatigue you were worried about for the last window. So I think he's still erred there. Yes, I understand the window thing, but he could have made more than one sub when he took off Antonio. He could have made one more sub then, and still.
I think when he took off Antonio, but I think when he took off Antonio, he should have taken off Joel too. Is it that we don't have anybody to go to in the middle of the park?
Well,
because I think
Jonathan Russell didn't play. He didn't play.
So that's what I'm saying. He should have moved away from Joel in the second half. When Antonio came off, he could have put on the forward and put on Jonathan Russell in that same slot. Because we have to switch the game. Because we realized USA came back in the game, and only because Andre Blake. If the USA was play, all right. See, if USA had a little bit more quality, Damian Lowe would have been under more pressure and would have probably lost that game. Because at some point in time, Lembekisa got played out of the game. Because he was doing well, but he ended up he was played out of the game in the second half, Because that's where the USA started to hurt us mostly,
On his side.
Chance after chance after chance. But it's not. I don't think I would blame Lembekisa because it was not being helped by the midfield.
I don't want to cut your CC, but I have to put this point in. Do you notice that the USA was winning the middle and most of their changes was actually in the middle, even when they were winning the middle, but they weren't getting any goal?
Yeah.
So
that's why I'm wondering if
we had to adjust, because they adjust because they see that they wanted a goal, and the same middle that they were winning, that's the high point in the game, in the middle, the middle of the park, which is the engine.
The middle, man. At the middle, I think we gave away the game with the middle. Because we have to match them. When you realize that they are making a sub in the middle of the park, we had to go to the middle, because the middle, even though Lambert was playing decent enough, but I think Joel, he have quality, so I'm not even knocking anybody, but I'm just saying we needed the adjustment in the middle of the park because we were getting beaten in the middle of the park. So you have to switch it around and switch around the tactics, because
US had three in midfield, CC. So despite the two that we had in midfield working hard, the three in midfield, and then they was substituting, so you had fresh legs in midfield. That became crippling after 75 minutes for the same two in midfield.
But that's what I'm saying to you, that if we put on Jonathan Russell, we put on Nicholson, then we drop the midfield. So we ended up with 5. So we just go 5 in the midfield and Nicholson up top, because what you would do, you have the double pivot and you have the 3 in front of the double pivot and have the 1 up top. So you crowd up the midfield and force them wide, rather than to have them still coming at us right there. Because right now, effectively, we are playing with 2 in the midfield, 2 out wide, and 2 up front.
5, yeah, 5.
So you have to just compress the midfield, and then yeah, because you compress the midfield, Leon now get a little bit more freedom because he's gonna play out wide. Bobby Reed come in central, playing behind Anthony Nicholson, and then you have because you put on Nicholson, Bobby Reed playing behind Nicholson. You have Demarai Gray still out there. You have something there, Leon Bailey right there, and you have Jonathan Russell and Lambert right in behind Bobby Reed right there. So even if when them have them 3 in the midfield, when we're defending, the midfield is crowded, so they would have to go wide. And when we're attacking, you would have the attacking 3 right there. So I mean,
TC, I don't know if you realize enough. When they take off the left back, right? The Yedlin, they went to 3 at the back. So they had 4 in the middle. 3 playing attacking role and Sons playing CDM, a single pivot. So he had 3. So that's why you end up finding Lambert and Latibody start to back almost at the edge of the 18 box. So we are outnumbered there. Then when they went left or they went white, when they brought on Vasquez, Pereira was in the pocket, Jiffy between right and left, and so we are outnumbered there. So that's why it become passive. So you cannot pass the ball to the CDMs. So when the rest of the CDMs were hiding from the ball, you can't pass to them because they're outnumbered already. So you're going to go long. If the wingers and the forward can't pick up the ball, it's coming back at you. And that's what happened. So I think from a tactical standpoint, the coach lost it on that part. But as he explained that he didn't really want to make that substitution, the third substitution should have win that. And just
I'm gonna tell you what I think, though, Marlon. And you cannot go into the games them like this. I think the coach is afraid to lose.
But TC, remember this game.
No, but
you cannot lose the game. This game is a true afraid to lose. You cannot lose this game.
No, I mean you cannot lose the game, you know, JD. But I mean, like, but we're seeing it in the game. So I'm afraid to lose because you could have.
But CC, hold on, CC. Other man when I come on and set, you know, because you have Mark Allen when I set, you know. So CC, you gone down and take over the whole show, you know. Me, I let you me this. I take. Look on some stats.
I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna lie. But I'm gonna say this before I'm a next man get him chance. The approach to the game cannot be one of fear. Can be one of respect, but the approach to the game cannot be one of fear because it will allow you to not necessarily express yourself in the middle of the game when we wanted to switch it up. He was kind of timid to switch it because guess what? You're looking at it like this. All right, we're 1 goal up. If we go to the 70th minute, we're still 1-0 in this. We're still in this game.
Yeah,
like I say, we're in this. If we concede one.
CC, it's a problem with coaching. It's a problem with coaching when you have a team and it's on the field because I had some instructors, and like they're saying when you're winning and you obviously know you want to make a change. Once you're making a change, like you're saying, can somebody mute your mic, please? You obviously know you want to make a change. Once you're making a change. Okay. Oh, it's Richie. So look at Richie, Mike. So when you're winning, and you're in a deep position, you don't know if you make the sub. You don't know if you make the sub will come on and be impactful instant because remember people have to get up to the standard, you know. So sometimes it's tricky to even go in and actually make the sub. You get me? So I understand when he was actually saying, like it's not a disrespect to the other guys on the bench. They are good players, but he does not know if they're gonna come in and go at the same intensity as the other guys in CC. Coaching is tough in the CC. I'm telling you, that's all I'm gonna say. Not picking up for the coach. No. I'm just telling you something what I've learned. All right.
It's really tough. It's really tough, man, because they can see say yo in the moment. Because you see coach make a change and the change is. Then a goal score like you say, oh, Jano is the change make it get. So you have I understand that. I mean, let's just see tomorrow if him kind of loosen up a little bit more because it's a game we must win and we need to win. So we have to go this our guns blazing. But I'm just like I just saw that still, but that's the man.
The Mark Allen, bless up yourself, my brother.
Yeah, man. been a while I haven't been in this space. Marlon, big up yourself. Jason, go now, everybody, big up yourself. I really don't want to go tangent, but I really, I wanted to address the whole JT question thing. I like, and this, I'm objectively looking at it. Give me a chance, JD, because I don't think he did anything wrong, and I don't think he should adjust or he asks question until anybody can give me the rubric for YouTubers how they ask question. Then we can have a different.
I was trying to explain to you. The problem is,
argument.
which you're a man of words, so it's good. Let me give you a few words. The problem is, we are Jamaicans, but you know how the thing go different. All right. Yes, it's like you have a pamper people in order to get where you want to go, and YouTubers are not registered medias. So that's what they're saying. So we get a little loophole to come in, and we're on the big Concacaf stage. So what we are do with the key for back push. That's what people giving us. That's pretty much what they're saying. We need to be careful. We need to toe the line properly. So find ways to
hardcore. Sorry, go ahead.
So pretty much find a way how to dumb down the actual question that they want to ask it raw. That's pretty much what they're saying, Mark Alan.
Yeah, because for me, hardcore journalism is asking the real questions and getting to the meat of the matter. And I think YouTube represents this space. And for me, I think some people are just hypocritical with their approaches. And for me, ask the real question, like, why are you not passing the ball? Is it something that is a part of your game, or you just why you not pass the ball? I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that. And even the question when he asks, for me, I don't believe that anybody should be disrespected, but I believe that nobody is above the belt, regardless of where they are, regardless of where they stand. Now, CC, I don't think that the coach was, attacked the game because he was fearful. I think he cannot afford to lose the game. That's all. We're pretty much maybe saying the same thing, but I believe that I don't think he was fearful, but I just think he cannot afford to lose that USA game. I heard Craig Butler said that this was one of Leon's best game. I don't know in comparison to what. Maybe he's saying in comparison to the other games he has had with Jamaica, or I don't know. So I can't just bluntly respond to it. But I think it was one of Leon's better game. I'm not saying it was the best, but if you look at the guy, and I think that guy is psychologically affected. It's my humble opinion. Because I was not just looking for entertainment, I was looking. His demeanor says it all. He wanted to play. You see it, or he was attacking the game. He wanted to play, but I believe that he was holding on the ball for too long. And by the way, I'm a Leon Bailey fan, but I am not afraid to look at things objectively. And he was running back, he was tracking back. He wanted to play, but in wanting to play, he lost it. So for me, nobody is above criticism. And once we can keep it constructive, pastor, and you as a pastor, that once you do anything, once you put yourself in the public domain, whether social leader, spiritual leader, civil leader, or a sports leader, once you put yourself in the public domain, you will be criticized. You don't want criticism, play some scrimmage. That's my view.
So
Mark Alan.
Support once again before the first respond is, when you're dealing with Jamaican, it's a little bit different, because we have to say it that way, because that's people not realizing the reason why they're saying JTL is wrong, is because they're classing Jamaican type of persons, They don't realize it's disrespectful when they're saying that JTL is wrong, in the way you go at it, because they class like Jamaicans, so the hardcore Jamaicans, and why you talk to them, so you have to know the lingo what we're going with it in Jamaica. So that's what them pretty much say. And I agree with you, that's hypocritical, because that is like saying that, okay, true, say that man has such I'm come from this culture, you have to make sure you deal with him a certain way. So what happened? Leon Bailey is in England. So that's a different culture, and that's how media deal with him. So why is it J Taylor can't ask a question and be respected for the question? You understand me? But this is our culture, because if you look at the chat, Naturally, this is how the chat is. Like you have a Jamaican hardcore, and you have a Tory line because you have a man come and say me a Jamaican and me no seems that me like Jamaica because me a talk about the other team and me just ask the obvious questions in the world. So for instance, if you play Trinidad, I mean about Trinidad we not game the last time, and Trinidad beat a team where we never beat, and then Trinidad beat we the last time, and then you bring a question mark along, say which team them beat. I say about which team Trinidad play. That not mean me hate Jamaica. Oh, that mean me hate Jamaica. I mean actually have the facts in front of me and me ask you the question, you know. So just by being realistic, sometimes these people tend to believe that you're disrespecting them. And that is a hardcore Jamaican belief, whether we like it or not. So people now go respect what JT Taylor do because the man said him this the man. People would have killed JT Taylor if him in a Jamaica no Mark Allen, me I tell you. So whether we like it or not, I just saw Jamaica is, I just saw our culture is. We have a different level of style how we go by things. We can't criticize. Me don't know how to say it, but it's just true. The man there England, and every time people talk to him have a deal with them with respect. And then JT can't answer a question or else the whole world done with him. I mean I don't know. I say come on, that's stressful.
JD, I don't remember if it was Cliff Hughes or Ian Boyne when Babatunde used to be on radio. One of them made a public statement, either Hughes or Boyne made a statement that they do not allow their daughter to listen to Babatunde because of his ghetto colloquial style. And that was a public statement. Classism is probably the worst in India, but that is only if you do not know the demographic in Jamaica. Because based on your economical status, your educational standing, based on the family from which you come or the community from which you are from, you are graded. So notice if you were of my complexion and maybe they know that you have a degree, whether first or second or terminal degree, J. Taylor would be treated differently, because while he might not be from the socio-economical standing, he may be accepted because of his educational standing. So the reality is, this is it. They don't see the YouTubers or the vloggers as being media personnel, because the YouTubers or vloggers, even if they're educated and have letters behind their name, did not do a degree in media. These media houses have practitioners who have degrees in journalism. So there's a class for those people who have degrees in journalism, and then there is a lower level of people who may very well be better orators and better handlers of themselves in the media sphere, but they are not credited with the same level of respectability that the ones who have their degrees in journalism do.
But Pastor, what you're saying, is a worldwide thing, look at it like this. It's a worldwide thing, man. And
yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Look at the guy who is the agent for LeBron James. That man don't have no degree or anything, any paperwork to be an agent. Yet still, Rich Paul is one of the super agents of the league. Rich Paul have multiple clients. Draymond Green, LeBron James, high-profile NBA players. And remember that they wanted to bring in, you can only be an agent with a degree or a certification. Remember, that's what they wanted to do, All because this guy was LeBron's friend when them grew up together, and this guy was one of the super agents, and he never have no qualification. Like, they must say, who is you? We are lawyers, because some of the agents, JD, are lawyers. So we are lawyers. We went to law school. Some of us went to the university for 4 years, spent millions of dollars, but all you know is LeBron James, and you become this big. You understand? So it's just as I said, Pastor, and it's like a worldwide thing where your status is dependent on what
But CC,
level of
here's what
and
he
where.
has. Here's what he has that will build his clientele over everybody with a degree to be an agent. You need one quality candidate that trusts you, that will be your advertiser and advertisement. So the fact that he grew up with LeBron James and LeBron trusts him, LeBron James will be the marketing tool, will be the advertiser and the advertisement, because any other player that is coming up through the ranks is going to look on that agent simply because LeBron James trusts him. So he has credibility where the others only have certification.
Okay. A lot of reasons, massive respect. Let me read some of the super chats, them guys. Thanks everyone, man, that turn up on the day. All right, know yourself, big up yourself. I put 7 Canadian. Thanks very much. Brando, massive respect. Brando always support anything. Put $10 US. Massive respect. And Lord, for a reason, my brother, man, my boy, I'm telling you, man. Sometimes you can meet some people in the world that changes everything. Lord for a reason is a liar, you know, man. And Lord for a reason, this is a weird connection. You know? Lord for a reason, come from the Caribbean, you know, and we meet up in a special part of the world, you know. Yes, man. Lord for a reason, something else, man. If it wasn't for Lord for a reason, I wouldn't be here, you know. So it only goes to show you, life is very funny. You know, a bad situation turned out to be one of the best situations I've ever selected in my life, you know. So massive respect, Lord, for a reason. Thanks for the continued support, all right?
Yeah, man. And what Pastor say, I believe most Jamaicans can relate to it, because especially in Jamaica, a man will never get a work because the way him address there. I see most of we can relate to that. So I think what Pastor said, we can relate to it. A man not consider as coach because him not a coaching degree or whatever. You understand? But sometimes we miss the bigger picture, and we really have to look on things not from a myopic standpoint, but really from an objective standpoint. You know?
Okay. Bandit want me to answer him because he said, because he's burning me out on his channel. He deserves to criticize, but your history on your channel sound anti people live in Jamaica. That's why I phrased it properly, because the problem is I am from the deep ghetto of Jamaica. I had the opportunity to live everywhere in Jamaica and do every level of things in Jamaica. I could have done anything I want to do in Jamaica, everywhere in Jamaica. So the difference is I got to learn what is where I'm from. So sometimes the way I speak, I'm speaking from experience, and sometimes I'm speaking from hurt, because sometimes I can see some things happening to some kids and I want better. But I never came out and just say it to you, so you don't know where I'm coming from. So sometimes stop listening to one stream. If you want to figure me out, you go over more than one stream and you realize who I am. I am not the person that will just go by the book. I'm going to go by where the stats lead me. And then sometimes you will hear my opinion, because I don't leave videos without my opinion, because that would mean I'm just regurgitating someone else's opinion. You understand me? Yes. So it's okay, Bandit. If you don't like me, it's not a problem. I don't look fans. All right? If it's not me, if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't be here. All right? You wouldn't be here having a Jamaican community. I can tell you that. You get me? Yeah, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. I want to ask the panelists my question, because and JD, you can give your own.
Come on, Canada.
And chop it.
1-1.
And we can chop it up together.
1-1, Canada.
See, maybe not hear people say, boy, this Trinidad team, they will come with confidence and we can't take them lightly.
So why you talk like you're Trinidad? Oh, confidence.
No. I mean, I don't hear it.
Yeah, but you're giving a Trinity accent right here.
Let us be objective, guys, and this is what we do. Do you really think that this Trinity team can beat the Jamaica team if we have a good game?
Yes, they can beat you, even when Jamaica.
Why you say yes? Because all the
because
confidence me I hear, me now, you nobody a breakdown, nothing, me now, you know, man, I say, yo.
no. I broke down everything. But beloved video, maybe try started the next video right after you get to miss that video. And surprisingly, that was a very good video because everything that I said, that's what the coach came out and said in his thing. And people say me I give them so much respect, but the coach give them more respect than me. You know, see the man in India, I try farm banding for learn the culture between Trinidad and Jamaica. That are even more respect than what Unida tell me say. So that means my analysis on the game and the meaning of the game was real because them not take it a joke. But anyways, the reason why I said yes, they can beat Jamaica is because they control the ball in 3/3 and they are not a team to kick the ball away. Even though people said they play deep in a low block. No, Jamaica. The reason why Jamaica can't pin anybody in the low block with the system that they work. Liam Bailey and Mikel Antonio push with Liam Bailey playing central for Mikel Antonio in front of him. Mikel Antonio is the first trigger. Liam Bailey comes and occupies the space right behind him because he has to try close the wall. Liam Bailey don't reach back to close the wall fast enough so that in all of the games, everybody that plays that position, Daniel Johnson tried the same position. The two central defensive midfielder, the two deep line midfielder, always be exposed. And when you expose those two, you expose 6 players. You understand me? So if they can beat the first pass and they can pass from out of the back, the goalkeeper is very good with his feet and their right back is always good. Yedlin had a field here with Jamaica. If I never low, we get 6 by just him recover time. So once you have a right back can put it through, or a left back can put it through, that open middle, we see it against Mexico. 15 times and put the ball through it to Lozano. That's why that Brown over there are dead. He does a chop up Brown. Mark Allen, you know, watch them game, my brother. This is like a suicide ball game. Okay, if me score, me up on the back end. In Jordan game, if me score right down the middle, nobody na interject. You know why? Because 2 man in the middle, Mark Allen no work. And you are use 4 attackers, that is good. But that is only when you can finish. But once you not finish your dinner, boy, me I tell you, everything exposed in the middle. And every team do it to it. Mexico, Jordan, Qatar, United States. So why me I go say a team that passes the ball through the 3/3 can't do nothing? When all of them teams who play are pressing teams, we pass the ball through the 3/3. And them have a right back where them trigger for go through our midfield. And every single time it work. And this is the statistic I have.
But that's JD. That is why I say the farming. To me, this thing when we are try is 4-4-2 and it's 2 man now go work.
And turn it up 4-2-4 in attack.
4-2-4. 4-2-4 was when Brazil. 4-2-4 is Brazilian formation. Brazil invent that. When them have the 4 wicked man up up front. I you don't really need them 2 man also because once they 4 man that touch the ball now back of the net, in at the box. That's the only way you can play that formation.
But CC, when Brazil played the 4-2-4, remember how high Cafu used to play? Cafu playing right wing back was over the half line. So it's not really 4-2-4.
But I might too young to remember.
Markalan, we have 2 teams that play the actual 4-2-4 system, PSG and Manchester City. Manchester City is a perfect example because I don't know what PSG is. They might just have a team where just have ball up on the field. But Manchester City, you have to do what Pep said, or you come off of the field. So let me deal with a team with respect and organization. Manchester City, why you see Manchester City do? Because they play the 4-2-4 now, but they use 2 wide, the wide wingers them come in as right at the line as almost attacking midfielders, and they have 2 forward up front. What them do? Then press you and pin you, and then one of the defensive centrals step up and one come behind him, and then the 4 back, one come in behind the defensive midfield, and then put 3. That was the first phase of domination football they were trying to activate. Obviously, when they realized that the fullbacks the fullbacks couldn't defend as good from both sides, so when they swing the umbrella, my boy could have do it well. When we talk about early on, Kyle Walker could have do it well. When they go over the next side, the speed is limited, and my boy couldn't defend well. Couldn't defend well. When again, the next one are gonna Bayern Munich, him couldn't defend well. Then they adjust. Yes, yes. So them adjust it after. Them adjust it after. But I'm saying, look at the pressing trigger goes. It goes with technical players and players making sure they plays organized. You know, see the man run up and down Markalan like Leon Bailey. You know, see the man that's a run up and down
JD,
when you can't have no free players in a system. It's an organized system. Can you even make one mistake,
JD.
you're gonna lose a goal.
The system, I'm gonna tell you, this is the problem. That's why I said this before. Jose Mourinho is my coach. Or me rate. But it's a Jose's system, it's a low budget system. It's a system with low budget, low economy, low. It's like you don't need you need work rate for Jose's system. So once you have players who will give you the work rate, and you go play the low block, and you play like a mid block, and you attack from there. That's in the type of players that you have dictates the type of game that you play. Jamaica, I don't see us having the type of players to play this the way in which they want to play with the wide forward, them wide man them coming in to play 4-2-4 when you're attacking. Yes, we don't want to do that to can overload, yes, but we don't have the quality players to do it. It's a technical game, you know.
In comparison to the Concacaf, I think we do. It's just that get them to play like that now is a different argument. What do you think, Pastor?
Zagallo is a defender turned coach, so he has a defensive mentality. Scolari is an attacking coach, and I'm using the two Brazilian coaches objectively at different ends of the park. If you're going to play 4-2-4, your wing backs has to be comfortable playing midfield. And your midfielders, the double pivots, have to be comfortable playing center back. Because that is what Dunga had to do. If the wing back comes up to join the two don't go side by side, they go one in front each other. So it actually becomes a 3 rather than it becomes a 2, but the 2 is actually moved to one side. And before there was Dunga, there was one of the juniors that used to play right there. Those guys were fit enough to run 90 minutes in any condition. As JD said, it is a system that takes disciplined players playing exactly what the coach says.
It's on the screen now, Pastor. Look at this. I just want to show you something because I was trying to show you something. Look, you see, remember Damar Gray was a new person, Mark Alan. Him get, you see, every time Damar Gray get beaten, at the end of him get a beaten around 3 times in the game, and every time him get a beaten and Amari Bell get exposed alone, you realize that's how the ball him come in. Alright, so you can't miss nothing at all. So him have a press, and when him a press, others have a comeback round and comeback round normal. So, but some of the time Liam Bailey them still up here, so and Bobby Reed them are still left higher, and then the whole of the middle from one pass to the goalkeeper because the keeper was always good, and Miles Yedlin from United States. Yedlin a year summer play. Me go bring up Yedlin stats. Yedlin a play in the midfield third. At the start of the midfield third. You think I don't know him know something about Jamaica? I know him know about how the system play. Him figure them out. He must say, all right then. Once my midfielder 3 can come around and just clog up that hole, believe me, Damari Gray can stay behind me all he want. Because him not getting the ball, because we are pressed from in the middle, 3 against 2. So you're gonna lose the ball and him start from here. So and anytime we get a chance, him start from I just the same. So him already come out here, and then we have 2 guys up here with a suicide ball. Tell me if we never see half of the ball them come through from Yedlin right here, so through Yasso, through the face, yes, the ball them come through every time. Every time when I move the cursor between number 7 and 8, right as I come to, and that's I see Damian Lowe, if you fly, yes, Damian Lowe play. Around 3 ball, Damian Lowe slide tackle for try stop through the middle. But you have 2 defensive central, yes, so Mark Alan. Let me put it right here, so. You have 2 defensive central right here, so. So then, why Damian Lowe have to be in the middle? And once the ball goes...
JD, hold on, before you...
Pastor, hold on, before you go. You know why Damian Lowe have to go there? Because when that front 4 is pressing, right? were occupying their two centre backs and the full backs on both sides. But what USA was doing is, okay, Lambert and Latibo there, you're going to follow our midfielders to get the ball off of them. But they did a great job of staying apart, wide apart of each other. So that front six of Jamaica was pressing, high pressing. But what was ending up happening was, because the players from the USA were dropping so deep, we had 6 players literally way up the park and the other 4 way back. And with Mariapa on the back line, we could not afford to squeeze the pitch any higher. So the spaces were always going to be there in that spot.
Okay, wow. So you're saying
Jerry,
yes, Pastor. Go ahead, Pastor.
you see how you have it right there, so now the sixth person actually should be where Damian Lowe is and the other one ahead of him. So Damian Lowe would have no. That's the only way you're going to cut. That's the only way you're going to reduce the space in the middle. That's what Brazil used to do, where they turn.
Pastor, my fault. Me just use the 6 number out here. So I don't agree that out there. So you get me? Take it up. Sorry about
No. What I'm saying, you see how you have them right there on that picture, JD. What should happen? You see how they are along the half line there? They should not be along the half line. They should turn one in front of the other. So they are along what you would say. They would be the one to the right of where Damian Lowe is should be right where Damian Lowe is, and the one to the left of where Damian Lowe is should be behind what would be Leon Bailey. Yeah. So you're literally making a yes.
Pastor, we're just showing you a right wing back up Chica. So this is a right wing back Chica from Yedlin. This is how Jamaica set up after that.
Yeah, man, I understood what you were saying. And
this started from Markalan asking me why we are rating Trinidad so highly. So we are trying to explain to him, because I'm saying never hear nothing, none at all. But Trim spend too much time and worried me. He don't realize how much thing me saying in the video, them, Yeah, but that does Markalan that I'm a virgin from long time. So yeah, but me I try to show him so the triggers them, the trigger moments them. If me see it up in a 4 games, Markalan, please answer me. Why me if you think that they got change after the 5th game? That's the only answer I want from you.
Well, you have a point, but for me, I just don't like when people them are going to win. Why? You see what I'm saying? Because
but nobody ever said them are going to win, Uncle, and nobody ever said that. Nobody ever said that.
These things that we're saying today, we have been saying since we knew we were going to play Trinidad.
True.
And I think you're basing this on perhaps other programs, because I agree with you. There are places where people just say we're going to win or we're going to lose, and they're not giving any evidence to support anything. But that actually happens here most of the time.
I know. All the time. I was intentional, When I asked the question, I was naive.
Him try catch me when I drink, man. Him thinks I never have my blackboard there, sir.
I am not naive. End quote.
Well, me sober, JB, so I could have cleaned it up anyway.
Yeah. For me, then here's my next question: how do we nullify,
this problem? This problem. Me know that a quick big question. Oh, we're gonna fix this now, big boss. Oh, we're gonna fix this now. Everybody go back in their position. This 4-4-2 thing, when the match work, them man, let me put the 6 and the 7. Put the 6 and the 7 here. The 8 go out wide. 9 go here so. 10 and 11 here so. All right. This is how we have to play. So you see what we just do. What we did do the other day. So Liam Bailey now. Either Liam Bailey gonna play left or right midfielder. Either Liam Bailey gonna play left or right midfielder naturally and be instructed to hold the line only when we have the ball under control. We go forward. Him can't play. It have to be Bobby Reed where we know can stay in position. and Damon, Kaim Paris, Damari Gray, Corey Burke, or somebody we can play on the left hand side, and we're gonna hold them line together because you want to make sure you have the 5 there because crowd is more and you can close off all the lanes. So now you're gonna be real reactive then, but reactive with you having the ball, and I don't class that as reactive. I think that is actually you having the ball and dictate the play, because if you have the 5 behind the ball, they have no lanes to play through. They can't go over the top. They have to come and play through you. And then now your 2 players them that played exceptionally well, which is Lambakisa and Kevin Lambert. They are gonna love that now because they have the ball to put it to somebody else. The problem was them couldn't find nobody. They must have put long range pass. Majority of Kevin Lambert passed them in a long range pass. Him and try to make the Leon Bailey. Because obviously he can't go over the top to Michael Antonio because 2 man there because Leon Bailey is ineffective when it comes on to ear ball because he's not tall, he's not strong. You understand me? So now you have an option. Yeah. So that is the solution. I think that you're gonna see. That you're gonna see 5-4-1. Yeah.
Me not like the fact that Damian Lowe still go long. Because based on what I've known, me know that Caribbean coaches is a tactics where them tell them players them say, hey, go long, I will start again. But me not like the fact that we have 2 skillful players out wide and we are going long all the time. Me overweight.
But Mark Alon, to Damian Lowe's credit, you know, because we were playing with that hole behind the 6, behind the 4, the 4 attackers pressing, you know, that's why he had to go long, because that he had to go over the hole. It wasn't him playing over the 2 the 2 double pivot, you know, the double pivot, you know. It was actually him trying to go over the hole that was behind the forward line.
Yeah.
So he, based on the situation, this is one game that I would not fault him for the long balls that he played, because he was compensating for that hole behind the attacker and 4.
Yeah, because the same way we were outnumbered when we pressed is the same way we were outnumbered when we were trying to play out. So if our 2 double pivots are not showing in the proper positions, just the number of people they have pressing us outnumbers his options. So at times, I have to agree with what Pastor just said. The options just weren't there to play short. If he was going to play the pass short, it would have been to either probably Dexter or back to Mariappa or back to the keeper. And after he had done that once or twice, he decided, look, I'm just going to go direct. But I think the players have to take a little more responsibility in the midfield. And I think if we do switch to more of a 4-5-1, then that person that's playing underneath the striker will probably be dropping deeper than even Leon was to create that 3-on-3 when we're playing out.
Yeah, but he's gonna be there. He's gonna be there, Jason. Daniel Johnson worked that way because he's naturally a cam, a central forward, a box to box. So if you tell him the role is to play a hybrid between a box to box carrier, but they are in a cam role, so you're just playing as a deeper central forward role. But you're comfortable deeper. He's gonna do that, and that alone will stop things. He can tackle, he can block lanes, and he's high up the pitch. So believe me, man, just one man put him there, brother. Mark Allen, just one player solve the problem. It's because the coach just believe that it's like a risk. I think this coach is not defensive. He's not defensive. As what people that talk. When we just get him, we think him in the defensive, Them football away him playing a defensive in a speed transition him playing. Marlon, go ahead.
All right. That's my problem. Let me just say this real quick, Marlon. That's my problem in JD. Antonio was languishing on the field because he never had a supplier. Now, do I just pick a team just to fit certain players, or do I just say our 4-4-2 may I play regardless of the players? You see what I say?
I think he picks the players, pick the team to facilitate the players, and that is the bad thing. Because pick the team in a 4-5-1, one of the big game players them have to sit down, and then them come out angry for slap on in the back of the net. You understand me? Simple. You just do your job in a training. You make somebody there. Make somebody there for want something. If you put 4 man where the 4 star on the field, who want nothing Mark Allen? The minute they're on the field already. So what is the incentive for me to work harder? You know, because if Liam Bailey up on the bench and Damar Gray a plot and a chop up man over there and feel sweet, Liam Bailey gonna say, yo, boy, I'm on go there and plot and a chop harder too. So I'm dying for my time call. So the coach have to make some big call and put the man in the right place. Go ahead, Marlon.
Yeah, but and I think, and we say to them, remember the start study PSG side when Messi went to PSG.
Thank you.
Marlon, just a minute. I'm going to sign off and listen to the rest of the program in the yeah. So, gentlemen, respect to all the persons on the line. I'll be listening to the program.
Yeah, man, Pastor, we saw go on, man. Furniture move around, and you know.
Yeah,
like a reaper man come Pastor.
You see that, Lever?
I'm actually at the place of work and I have to move from this area right now, so that would damage the program.
Pastor, we hear you, man. We hear, man. Let's do your thing, big boss, man. Do your thing, big boss. All right. Come on, go ahead.
This is my thing. It's right at PSG when Messi went there. When the coach wanted to try to use Di Maria, Neymar, Messi, and Mbappe are four on the field at the same time. And what he did, he sacrificed the midfielder to use all four attackers playing together. Right? There's sometimes as a coach you have to really make a sacrifice. Somebody have to go on the bench. Right? So I think, as I said, the formation is one thing. And as he also said, the 4-4-2 formation can switch to any formation anytime. And I think the players are okay with that. But at the same time, you need somebody in the midfield with a sense of calmness. You see that team that played last night against US, even a 50% Ravel Morrison fit, and knowing that he had two persons behind him who can win back the ball and get it to him. That why we lack. If Ravel was in that USA team right now against US, somebody who comes for the ball, demand the ball, and compose on the ball, right? Well, he's gonna pass it side to side, but guess what? He will be the calmness in the midfield. When he had two persons who were playing combative, we didn't have the composure there, because they're always looking for the pass, right? You saw the one time Demar came back in the midfield, right? One body move on the two American players, both of them run past each other, and he passed it back to Mariappa. So as a midfielder, and even though person said, when you go up against Croatia, you see Brozovic, Madic, and Kovacic, right? Three players in their 30s, but guess what? All of them are calm and composed on the ball, right? They're not three players who are kicking on. What they do, they use their football intelligence, high football IQ, to win the ball back from you, or the defense get the ball and get to them, and they move it around. So I think we don't have that type of player. So the coach have to know either use one of the CDM now, playing against Trinidad. You're not playing USA, a different team. You're gonna need somebody that ball handler like a Daniel Johnson. I think this is an ideal game for Girlz to play. I don't see the Trinidad team running as the US, right? We are talking about US team, who is a team that is high on energy.
Yeah, man, the highest percent stats in the world. Surprisingly, they got it over the Germans. So, and we have to give them their respect. So the coach was right there, you know.
We saw that from the Worldcup against England, against Holland. So regardless, person might say Berhalter is not the best coach or anything, because for the Americans have Berhalter like how we have Tapa.
Mm-hmm.
He install one thing on them, that pressing rate and that work rate, and it goes on from whether it's the European players or MLS players, they are coming with the same intention. So I think we'll be more comfortable play against Trinidad. I don't think they have the players to play the high energy press, and the players are not that composed as well. So it's a different ilk of players we are going against. But at the same time, with the players we have there, they have to go there now and be commanding on the field. Show them, say, guess what? We are the one who play the Premiership, right? Because you look in the Gold Cup now from the prelim player start. There's a lot of upset. So you can't go overconfident, right? We saw El Salvador got beaten already. We saw St. Kitts send home French Guiana and send home Curacao. So we are here now. We need to go there. You're not going to be overzealous and be overconfident and say, guess what? But you need to show yourself out there, right? This game basically will take us. So if we win this game, we go there, then we can go against St. Kitts and see how much goal we can score, whether it's come to. I think the coach is over. Yeah, these are things. I think this is a thing. As the coach in the press conference, he said, Miran Garden, because as he said, he didn't know about the rivalry. Right? So when first like Blake and Lowe who comes in and now, and Boza and these guys who and Taxi Lawrence who play this rivalry. Remember, say if you don't play something, you don't know about something, you're not gonna talk, you think for a normal game. Right? That's why I said the Miran Garden, tell him about the rivalry. So especially I think the players are more geared up now for this game more than anything. Remember the other day the coaches say, oh, we're playing Trinidad, we want to see the local based players. But Trinidad are coming like this and say, guess what? It's Jamaica. Especially because he was a man was there with Stern John, Ace Lewis, Arnold Dorica, right? All these guys were there, Brett Sancho. He was a part of that rivalry, so he know what it's like. So he's gonna get his players boost up. So as the coach said today, he know what the rivalry is about. So especially to have the players who playing it now to really let the players know that playing against Trinidad is just not playing against Trinidad. It's a Caribbean pride. It doesn't matter where Suriname and Curacao is right now above Trinidad. The Caribbean derby is Jamaica and Trinidad. That's the Caribbean derby. That's the biggest rivalry around.
Derby. Yeah, but I mean, to me though, like, but I want to see Jamaica win still. I'm not telling a lie. I want to see Jamaica win, so we can have something.
Everybody wants Jamaica win. Everybody wants it.
But if you want me, I'm telling them like JD because I realize it, that's why I did busy, but my dad say, one of the reasons why I kind of just breeze all YouTube is that I realize when I come out and talk the truth, a lot of people don't like it. So them come and them try to attack me with names, them say me this, and say me that, me don't know this, me don't know that. And I'm like,
yeah, but with CC, I build up CC, I am one of the main staple in the YouTube thing. And I always come here and talk the truth and then beat me for around 4. You know, see me have a great year now. 4 years, me there I worry them 4 years. You know? Them not gonna stop. Them don't stop saying it.
It's like it's just like because even the time when I say me and I see the coach win the game it and them think they're worrying for me. And me, I'm trying to approach the game from an analyst position. But I can't take my emotion out of Jamaica. You understand what I say? Okay. That is why I feel worried about Jamaica not winning that game.
Thanks for the honesty.
Because remember, I'm coming at the thing from an analyst.
CC, but that's the reason why. You see what you just say? That defines me. I don't know how me have the ability to just detach me from being a Jamaican and just say the truth. And that's why everybody can't like me from Jamaica. Because them just can't understand how me do it so normal. But here you actually say you cannot do it. And Jason cannot do it either. So I don't know how me can just do it naturally. I don't know what I want. So I need to figure out my brain. Because
that's why man must say Suriname means man. I forgot this one.
No, but
no matter when Suriname play, you can't detach yourself from Suriname.
No, man. When me for burn out Suriname, I burn out Suriname as well, man. So that me say me just when me have to burn out 80, me burn out 80 as well.
Well, look at it, JD. The other day when I was saying that I give Jamaica 60-40 to win, the man asked me say, me give Jamaica 60-40 chance of winning when the odds say 5-1. If me make it make sense. But you see the game come back down to it. It come back down to like 60-40 because we had the penalty.
You're right.
I will miss it. So, but I'm just saying the odds make sense based on the history and all of them things there. The thing is,
man, you're right, man. We have to give credit, man. We give credit. You're right in your statement. But sometimes CC, the problem is CC. Sometimes you have 5 answers and 5 non-answers there, and you go through all 10 of them. So people
very philosophical.
So people I'll forget the actual answer, the question. Get the credit. You know,
formulate your thoughts in like Twitter form. You know, just
very fast because they have no time span. You have to give it to them very fast. And that's it.
You was a long distance runner because you're long-winded, man.
They want takes, man.
Yeah, man. They don't want you. Just go to the point. Yeah, so people,
JD, look, you know. But that is why when a man come and say, Jamaica go win, we have the best side since 1908. We are win, we have to win, not side. No Brazil, no Argentina, no this side, yeah. I biggest thing in a Concacaf. You know, everybody in the comment section, vibes. But at the end of the video, you didn't learn why Jamaica stand a chance of winning the game. All I hear is that Jamaica go win. Jamaica have the biggest side since 1908.
Wow, CC. So,
But that's a part of fun, you know, CC.
so CC,
That is
how
a part
long
of,
with
that's a part of
yourself?
being a fan.
But CC,
That is
how
a
long
part
you
of being a
for
fan.
4 years? You may cost the same thing as CC, and you come here today after 4 years, and I try to convince me what I say. Now 4 years, you may say the same thing. But as well, Markalan said, that is a part of being a fan. But so why Markalan, me can't be a Jamaican and be an analyst?
No. Well, that is true. Of course, you are
Because
allowed
that's
to.
the
You are
problem.
allowed to
That's
be
the
an
problem.
analyst, and that's
No,
your
but
job.
that's the problem. That's the problem. I cannot beat.
No, but you can beat, man.
Mr.
Somebody other man, them on analyst.
Mr. Revolution, come here. Yo, down. Yo, you're 5% Jamaican. Now, who you man, you they can't pay part-time Jamaican. So me say, me I learn football and I come and apply it to what me I learn, and then me turn out right, and they tell me say me can't be part-time Jamaican.
I'm
What?
gonna show you something, JD. JD, you know, say I have people in the States who live in New York and Knicks and all them team with basketball, who live in one state, and the team that plays in that state when they play NFL. You hear say a man live at St. Louis and a man live at Miami, and his team is Green Bay Packers. See little way in that Green Bay Packers of him team, New Orleans. Since the right, that's how him live in New Orleans, you know, with a Green Bay team. So you see, it's just as I said before. Jamaica, we're born in the country, we're Jamaican, so we want Jamaica to be successful and everything.
Always.
But then you have to have a person who's giving quotient analysis and the thing. So if a man is an analyst or a man is being an analyst, it has nothing to do with this. I think the analysis comes first, the fandom comes second. Where some persons, the fandom comes first, the analysis come
down about
some places the analysis don't even come in anywhere.
CC, me I tell you, say, what you just say? Me no, be honest, CC. You just described YouTube for the last 4 years, Jamaica YouTube space for the last 4 years. Every day I come here with my bag of book and my bag of everything and I research everything. Obviously, I love the fact that Markalan, J. Seguna, Marlon, he was always here with me. But Marlon always got America, you know, them thing, and me alone left here and stuff. But I love the fact that you guys start coming here and talk about football. Because me come here and I tell them the truth, you know. And me tell you, say, the man them just want to hear a man that's come up and say, yeah man, Jamaica go win, man, I want him to, you know. Me an analyst, me a fan, you know. So, me not support no analyst and just, and that's it, them just want build a vibes. I mean, I said, look, me I watch a program yesterday. Me not cut off my point, but me I watch a program yesterday on Sportsman. I actually enjoy the program, you know. 3 of them did, you know, with an Englishman, you know. And then I talk about how the game go with Jamaica, you know. Some of my points I disagree, but some me agree. I mean, I say, all right, look at them, man, you know. 3 Jamaicans. And then when in the end, them ask who are going to win the competition. Please go over Sportsmax and look on it. So, oh, no, say them man there, no like Jamaica. But every day for 4 years, you know, terrorize me. You know, some wicked people, you know, man. Come and see even 5,000 views, you know. But every day in a life, they man terrorize me, you know. And none of the man I say Jamaica win, you know. Man I say Mexico, a man I say Canada, man I say America. I mean, say, but Jamaica not play. No, Jamaica have the best team in there. Because a man admit say Jamaica have the best team in the same conversation.
But I heard on something that channel, JD. I heard on a US channel, one of the US. I remember them guys the name. Because one US YouTube thing where the guys were talking and says Jamaica is the best Rasta in the tournament.
Yeah, but them still have them win. Them
no,
still
I know, because guess what? It's for some reason we can't get it together. But majority of the people them kind of say, yo, based on the rest of Rastas, them when them look at it, we have the best Rasta. Our strongest 11 is better than the rest of teams. Them strongest 11 in the really tournament, right?
That is not even true because Mexico's strongest 11 better than Jamaica 11. I am very sorry. Because our top front 3, after that, Mexico beat everybody else in a heavy other position. And that's why them slap down Honduras. Honduras never play bad in a game, and I'm very sorry. May I watch a game over again? You know? I mean, say, oh, the game I done 4-0.
But to be honest, JD, I am not worried about Mexico and USA. You know why?
Okay. Okay.
We don't have any bearings with Mexico and USA coming the next 4 years, 2 to 3, 4 years. Costa Rica, Honduras, Panama, are them side there. Them side them want to kick in them face. Them side there want play and beat. Them side them want Jamaica a beat. Because those are the teams that you have to be rivaling with for the spaces to go World Cup.
But CC, hold on, CC. You know, CC is a reality check we're getting at a World Cup here. When it's not beating man here, 80 look like a problem team. Trinidad look like them a comeback.
Yeah.
Panama and Costa Rica look like them a problem as well because Costa Rica use this to gel Alcacer them and Canteras them, and obviously you're gonna have my boy them come back in the team as well.
To be honest,
I tell me say 40. I tell me say 48 team. A 48, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. 48 team. I got there the World Cup.
Yes.
Me I say it right now, JD. A man can snip. A man can. What they call it? What them do? Come on,
clip it.
Clip this. This is a hot take right now. 4 years into the future, if Jamaica does not make the World Cup, we stop watch football. International.
No. I think you're not watching the football team, brother. A 3, the automatical spot still there, and a 3 still.
I am saying that it would have been. I'm not. Jay, I'm saying that it would be an embarrassment for 48 team in the World Cup. How can I get a spot in there?
Yeah, I understand, but we have to be realistic. Panama, we never bet Big, oh, and 3 already there, don't?
3
and a 6 to 8 I go there. 6 to 8 can go there.
Jesus, 6 to 8. I mean, I tell you,
CC, you not listen to the context, CC. Just relax yourself, no? You cannot make it easy. Because look, CC, if you don't make it in the first 3, I promise you, little ass, you not make it in the next 2. Because you have to play some of the Oceania. Yes, believe me.
You not make it around there, someone. Africa,
yeah, so,
one of them around there.
So you have to make it in the first 3, Mark Alan, to end up and make it in the next, because the next 2 you not make it, you know. Them 2 teams will knock you out, you know. Yeah. So you have to make it in the first 3 and be honest.
Them 2 space the book out, JD.
So Mark Alan,
before we go World Cup, CC, before we go to the conversation then, tomorrow the real reality check. If we can't get by Trinidad tomorrow, we definitely have to do some things different. Big man thing. We have to be real.
I think you know sit Trinidad play. I think you know sit down and watch the Trinidad team. Them have them reason why they might take it difficult as a difficult team. I think man gonna be physical, and them. Let me say the problem in Markalan, our strength, you know, is to be physical against team, you know. So what happens when the team them come with the same thing as you, but them have what United States have with passing ability, and you now use the passing ability. Them have more than you. Not care how good you think you as an individual player. You're not that as the same team. So that is a different Markalan. So that's why Trinidad and 80 will always give Jamaica a problem.
So they are indirectly said to myself, 5 man play Premier League with the other quality what we have is not able to get the job done. No,
they can and should.
And you me attack JD, me just want to hear what we are saying now. If it's that team that can't get by Trinidad, I wish team I could do it.
The same team can get Trinidad 4 months down the line, but maybe today them not good enough to do it because. But Markalan, and I mean you've talked to the Ox Bailey, no? No, you might tell about
Bailey one time.
Markalan, that's him telling you.
Something else about, you see, there's something new that is coming into the football. But we are going to see. We must say we have English Premier League as this top of the top, you know. We are going to see, remember the Club World Cup are going to be 32 teams with Europe, with Concacaf and all other different regions. So when the Club World Cup come in with the 32 team, then we will see when the best teams in some of these other regions of the world, when them go up against these teams in a 32 tournament team. And we realize, say, football not playing on one corner of the earth. So because we have 5 people in a Premier League, it doesn't mean say when you balance out the whole equation for the 23-man squad, we are totally going to be dominating our dog walking another team for them 23 playing MLS.
I know, CC, but I'm just saying that these are the narrative I mean, I indirectly pull out. I not attack you, because I know my people. No, I can tell you that. I'm not in Jamaica right now, but CC, I can tell us that Jamaica tense right now. Me not ask no live prediction. Me not ask nobody else nothing. Why we not make no prediction? We have to attack the thing with vibe, bro. Trinidad dead tomorrow.
Guadeloupe just equalizing at the 94th minute.
And believe me, no. Believe me, no. Pretty much Canada play good with same, you know. Canada really play good, you know. But remember, these was the two. This was the two best team in the group. Me think.
JD, you know, me tell you, to be honest, me think Canada play with them brain screw and back way sometimes.
Now, what? Guadeloupe is a good team.
I think Canada, I think
CC.
Not Guadeloupe.
CC, Guadeloupe are the team of Jamaica struggling with in the last World Cup.
I'm not disrespecting Guadeloupe. I am saying to you that I think Canada is a bit naive in the game some of the time, because I see where Canada have quality, even when them have the best players them available to them playing in the team. You can see games where they can win the game or they can go, but it's like, for example, right now with the goal score, what is Canada doing around there? Y'all lead 2-1, 3 minutes left in the game. I see y'all Pep Guardiola do it. 3 minutes left in the game and Pep a lead. What the other day in the Champions League, and to Pep now all lose, I defend them. I see Pep throw on the field around there. And them thing that is not Pep like. So I'm saying that for Canada seems to want to score 3 goals, 4 goals. And they score 1, them want 2, them want 3, them want 4, them want 5. You have certain quadrants in the game where you cannot get a goal.
Starting music to me always negative towards Jamaica. Me just said here say Jamaica, Guadeloupe was the same team that played Jamaica and give Jamaica also the problem. Always that negative towards Jamaica. Me say it's an improved Guadeloupe team. I play against a weakened Canadian team. So it's an improve. So I'm trying to give Guadeloupe them credit. So how can it be negative to Jamaica or Star D music? The problem maybe as CC say, maybe something screw on back way or something are the problem, because I mean I understand why the problem when we say that a fact me just telling you.
You see the 2 goal. You see the 2 goal. The goal for go 2-1 and the goal for go for draw 2-2. It's 2 own goal. So that simply means that Canada, first of all, the own goal Guadeloupe get is because Guadeloupe are try, you know. But me I tell you, say, for the own goal, if you consider own goal and the 90+4 minutes in an injury time, your brain must run back way. It simply means you invite pressure, but you're inviting pressure around there. But I mean, you can understand, say.
Boy, CC,
me tell you, Canada play.
CC, a 4
them get a set piece.
I want to chop it up, you know.
Them get a set piece and defend it, man.
I want to chop it off. I forget up in 7 o'clock.
Canada play firebrand football and things. So I say it goes still, isn't it? Tomorrow, Jamaica, 3-1.
We have to chop it off here, so people. Please go and watch the press conferences. We post the press conferences. I forgot to chop it off here. I have to get up 7 o'clock in the morning, all right? At 4 hours from now. So at 3 hours sleep me I get, all right? Yeah, man.
All
So
the clip bars them out there. If you don't want to give the coach some more ammunition, just send a compilation of Angus Eve interview them game. And the man must have some more vibes to beat the coach tomorrow. Because Angus Eve is a master of the mind. And I feel like if you send him some clip of how the man talk, the coach might have an extra energy to beat him.
all right. So people take care. Jamaica. All right. So Mark Alonso at 3-0. CC, how much you say?
3-0. I'm telling
yes,
you,
give me some
Jamaica, every game Jamaica go play, them are going to consider 3-1.
We are
3-1. Jason, how much you say?
Dead tomorrow.
How much me say? Me have to see lineup.
All right, then. See, just say my see line. All right, people, take care of yourself, and thanks to all of the money we donate. I'm gonna try pull it up tomorrow for make sure me call you know massive respect and take care. Your people. Bye bye.